Oops, almost didn't even have any light there. No pre-stream, going straight into it. All right, who is this guy? Who is this guy? All right. Seems like game capture is not really wanting to work out. Oh, there we go. Looking like the update's actually working. Very nice. Yeah. Oh, we gotta go get gear. Hopefully we can get some gear. Vendor is finally working, I know. I've been playing around with it a little bit earlier for like an hour. I still don't have anywhere near anything I need. But yeah, so this stream is gonna be a lot of me trying to get things. But I mean, it kind of is what it is. Because, you know, Blizzard tends to make it pretty hard to test on PTR and stuff. So, don't know why. All right, we have to have a good chest. Let's see. So we'll do both. Hate the fact that like GAs are really hard to get for uniques right now. Like uniques are actually hard to gear for at the moment. Really hard.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot. Yeah.
What kind of ring is that? Oh, that. It's like, dang. Engorgers. Got 200, I guess we'll on to it. But yeah. I almost kind of just want to do the builds on like Eternal because I just didn't prep for enough mats to do it. And I'm sad because of it. I thought like, obviously the PTR vendor was going to be easier to put things together, but yeah. I guess that was not the case. So making a new character and then trying to figure out things from there is actually like the way to go right now. Yeah, it's like really hard to get specific things. There's always daggers here. There's never swords in this slot. I notice. Every time I do. Oh, I gotta gamble. Let's see.
Until next time.
Oh. Oh. Delete character. Go again. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought I was gonna like lag out or something. Or crash. Okay, apply a boost. Yeah, it's a process. I gotta make a new character, apply boost. Then switch to World Tier 4 so my uniques have a better chance of rolling GA for whatever reason why that works that way. I have no idea. Open up that. See if we got anything good. I guess we're going on to that one.
This wouldn't have anything to do with the money you owe him, would it?
There's still no. Only 2 GAs there. Might be better off farming the bosses, honestly. For some of the stuff. Ooh, they double chance to deal double damage. I kind of need the cooldown though. I think we might have to just kind of take what we can get for now.
You can take what's left.
Goji Berry, what's going on? How do I get another 3 GA ring? Actually, where did it go? I swore it was the ring that was 3 GA, no? Now this is a good item. I'll take this. It's good. So what rolled 3 GA? I swear I just saw like a 3 GA. I'm just curious to see what it was. Unless someone dropped it on the ground and then picked it up or something. I have no idea. Alright. Let's take a look at the items themselves. Trash. I can keep. Trash, trash, trash. All trash. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit before I can actually like create anything. And it's hard to really test the wish powers without like testing, without like having something decent.
Not until next time.
Father bless. Came apart nicely.
Fair bit of magic in that one.
I do wish there was like a faster process for this, man. So I feel like it's literally gonna be like a couple of hours of me doing like mostly kind of doing this. That's if I get lucky. No, it's gonna be a couple of hours. Thanks, man. Thanks for the vote of confidence there, sir. And totally count on you to, yeah, deflate any sort of, you know. I'm right here with you though. Yeah. I mean, I guess the thing is that like for content and stuff, like I personally don't like doing this myself. Just because like it's kind of boring, obviously. Make sure you open the caches in T4. Yeah, I know. I know. That's why I'm in T4 now. Or whatever. So I'm at T4 now, and then I'm gonna do all the whatchamacalls again. So I don't have to look at any mythics anymore. I got all the mythics I think I need that I'm going to actually use. That's not good. Ooh, no, 58%. I don't know. I still might have to take it. Terrible Sky Hunter. Awful. And then there's this one.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Now, in terms of gear is concerned, like, I'm not about to open all these caches or whatever like that. It'll be easier for me just to make a new character and then like look at the slots or whatever. And what we're testing today, a little bit of everything, but hopefully, but I need to actually get the gear and stuff. But I'm gonna be doing more seasonal stuff this time around, so I'm gonna have to start using the wish powers, and now that the PTR vendor is up, but I have to actually get all the gear again in order to do things. So not trying to get perfect gear, but I do want to get, you know, somewhat decent stuff. Open the bus before you realize it matters, yeah. I don't know why they didn't just make everything ancestral, like all the items ancestral. Why does it gotta... why are there even non-ancestral stuff right now in like PTR? It's baffling to me. You know, maybe they wanted some sort of progression thing. It's like, oh, you have to kind of work for it or whatever like that. But it's like, I mean, PTR is only a week. Like, seriously, like you want people to like spend that kind of time trying to find the ancestrals, rather than like testing the things that you want them to test. And drop rates can't be exactly what you want them to test right now, right? At least not at the moment. Or better yet, do you think people are actually trying to test drop rates? Let's be honest. Or who would? Yeah, that's not really a good one for us. I do need a one for us too, though. You've been at Kyovich at Blasphemous for the last hour. Haven't hit one creep yet. Oof. That bad. I love that Magic School Bus line. I don't know why. like you said, if you're creating new characters for caches, well, I'm not doing it for caches. I'm doing it because it's easier to actually, because every new character you make automatically has ancestral gear on them for like legendary gear. So I need that too. And every time you create a new character, you also get mats. But the biggest thing is I actually need, gear. So when I get to a point where I have good enough whatevers in terms of like legendaries or whatever, then I'll start doing some of the other options or whatever. Yeah, those caches have a pretty low drop rate for actual legendary gear. So it's like for actual like ancestral gear. I'll put it that way. So very soon I'm gonna stop doing these mythic caches because I don't think I really need any more mythic stuff.
What do you
I
need?
think I'm pretty good for that. The dagger. We got here. Terrible dagger. Boost ring, sword ring. We got oof, and oof.
Need something forged?
Salvage. Yeah, it's just really not worth it per cache or like that because then you have all the stuff on the ground. You're just gonna lag yourself.
It seems your prayers have been answered.
Yeah. You gotta make sure that it's your second character and not your main character, so you don't like obviously delete your main character on accident or something. Don't get me wrong, I mean, it's annoying to doing it this way, but it kind of is what it is. Takes you like 30 seconds to delete and create a new character, I guess. So if we're talking about efficiency standpoint, there is a dive, I guess. But go to here. 2-4. Sword, ring, sword, pants, gloves, dagger, ring, and we get okay. That's actually a decent 2 GA, but that 95% is awful. All right, well, no luck this round.
What will it be?
Salvage, good pieces of gear on him. Yeah. So I don't know that one, I guess. Get you apply the map boost again without me making a new character. I guess so, yeah. Well, it's like, it's grayed out. Oh, well. Okay, well then that works too. Yeah, that's way easier actually. Thanks, Lexi. I guess thought it was grayed out, so I guess never tried it. I was like, oh, I guess you can't. I'm assuming you've been doing this for some time now too, right? 4GA glove. Yeah, I didn't even know you can do that. That's why I was just like making a new character every time. I guess at some point though, you're gonna have to like leave the game because all this stuff is on the ground. Unless you can just find like new areas to drop crap. Yeah, nothing good came of this here. I guess this is actually might be okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, Calvin Nameless. I don't have one of these. This is gonna be rough.
Need something forged? Come back if you need work.
The bow,
Much, is it?
nothing. And then I guess we just drop all the. Oh, whoops. Okay. Boots, gloves. So is it me or sometimes that's actually not a bad glove. Not that I will be probably using it much this PTR, but hey, at least I have it. Drop all the other stuff I don't need.
Take a chance, wanderer.
But just do both. Let's just do that.
Try again.
I don't know. It's probably the best I'm gonna be able to get for that. Sure, maybe. Oof. Critical strike damage, I guess. No health, but that's fine. Damage take. Ah, this amulet is so unfortunate. I'm not even looking for like multiple GA stuff right there. I just need the GA in the right place. One GA in the right place so I can actually like make a build. I guess it gets rid of all that stuff in my inventory too, right? When I do this. Yeah, it does. Okay. Here. Okay. Skyhunter. Oof, that's so bad. Another GA rapid gambits. Not bad. Also, like the worst time to actually like nerf the uniques coming from the gambling place. Could have totally used that
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
for this right now.
Not much, is it?
Okay. A new space for stuff. That. Or dropped them way too close to each other. Wind force. Not good. This is good. Nope. Okay. This actually might be useful. A universal pair of pants. So Giacomo, what's going on? How's the resting
You can take anything breaks.
vendor? Yeah, he's in, but now it's like
Luck? It seems your prayers have been
I don't know. Yep. So it's gonna be a while of me doing this, basically. It's a helm. Gas layer. Only 2 chest armors. Okay. The brain feels like a microwave melted jello. About time. Finally got a crit sword. You know how long it took me to get one crit sword? Wow. Yeah, that took forever. I mean, I still got a long way to go, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, that was. Make damn sure. What's going on, man?
not much. It seems very nice, but could be better.
Look at that bow. I have no idea what I'd be able to use it on, but whatever. We'll hold on to it.
Potato, 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 potato,
Decoy.
potato, hey.
So we're next. I need more space in queue overshadow to drop stuff. Come to the back alley right here, so no one can see all the crap I'm getting. Drop it over here. Wow, not one ancestral in that whole cache. Ouch. All right, what we got? So you're pulling the boost NPT slot machine over and over with useful stuff. Yep, that sounds. That sounds about right. The amulets are always so freaking bad too, man. Amulets are bad. My rings have been bad for me. The problem, part of the problem is that I actually played on Eternal. So like my expectation of builds or whatever, like going into playing a different builds that I didn't play on the Eternal, it's just gonna feel different. If I just kind of go with, you know, not like just absolutely atrocious gearing. So I can't even, I feel like I can't really do a proper test with bad gear because I started off with really good gear in Eternal. Now I'm not trying to get like double GA or anything like that, but I would like to have GAs in the, you know, a single GA in like the right spot, or, you know, one GA that I want per item, maybe ish. That seems to be really hard to do right now. Got a new spot to go. Dagger. We'll go up here. What's up, guys? You guys want some gear? Here you go. You guys want some gear? There you go. Dagger. Assassin's Trade. Oh yeah, I got a horse. Forgot I can use that in town. That's so bad. I looked at all this already, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Nada. Where can you look at horn builds for PTR? Horn or thorn builds? Oh, rogue builds. Whoa, that's a whole different. Okay. Honestly, I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you because I don't know if people are like, I mean, no one's really posting a bunch of builds for PTR on any class right now, especially with the amount of people like planning on playing Path of Exile 2 on Friday. I doubt there's anyone that's like posting like making full-fledged builds. You almost kind of can't right now. Like, you know how hard it is for me to even do this, to even like get gear to make a build right now. Like all the builds I did so far were on Eternal because the vendor was already like, you know. So in my opinion, honestly, I would just go in, and if there's something you think might be fun to play, go put it together or something, or think of it like a past build you might have on the planner that you saved or that you were following, and then kind of go from there. And that's pretty much all that we're doing ourselves anyway. Nerdo, what's going on? How does tempering look like in PTR? Don't know. I haven't tried to temper anything on seasonal. On Eternal, it still felt very much, I guess, the same for me. I didn't really pay any attention to it, so I assume not much has changed. So many boxes. Why can't they just import our current characters? Oh, you mean for the seasonal stuff? That actually would have been great, honestly.
Yo, Dark Side, we just got raided, son.
It's Kazoo. What's going on?
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What up? What up?
It's Casual
How's it
raided
going?
my stream with 14 views.
How's it going, sir? I am playing slot machine build for a bit. And yeah, I mean that's kind of all I got. To be 100% honest with you. Trying to get the stuff so I can test the things. Dance of Knives, at least on PTR, seems quite quite awful relative to other rogue choices. When I mean by awful, I mean like in like higher pits or whatever. Like T4 Dance of Knives is fine. Like so if you're just concerned about just doing T4 content, you have no wants to like push or even try to max out your glyphs, I guess. Maybe like your glyph level 80s is fine for you or whatever, then Dance of Knives is perfect. Outside of that though, you're gonna run into issues if you want to do more than that. I'll put it that way. I gotta find new spots to drop things. I think we'll do it. Let's do it right here. Chest ring. We got here. Bow, gloves, chest, thorn, cow. That's such a terrible cow. We got no. Sure. I don't even know what's gonna be happening with Jury, man. Jury is gonna be like hella hard. Oh, we have a GA vulnerable. Yay. I've not seen one of those in a long time. Yeah, I just started pushing pits on Dance of Knives and PTR. Yeah. Well, they got rid of the grenade scaling, which was apparently a bug. I figured it was a bug, but yeah, they got rid of the grenade scaling on Dance of Knives, which definitely hurt Dance of Knives a bit. I could think Dance of Knives is probably weaker now than weaker in PTR than it is on live, unless the wish powers are gonna make up for it, which I don't see happening, but I don't know.
Bad luck. Try again.
But also understand that this is just PTR though. So like when I say just PTR, things tend to change quite a bit from PTR to live. So if something isn't really good in PTR or whatever, I will kind of take that with a grain of salt. Or if something is too good or really good in PTR, same ordeal. But right now, from what I've played and experienced, Reign of Heroes is like kind of like in a different league altogether than all the other rogue builds, except for maybe Death Trap. But I don't think Death Trap stuff is working properly right now, so it's kind of hard to say. What's your opinion on less Paragon points? Is that gonna be a thing or something, or is that just something you just want to talk about?
Prayers have been answered.
So just hoping they'll get more life. Oh, Dance of Knives. Yeah, I honestly don't know what they're doing with that, man. I'm quite confused. But even the victimized builds don't the victimized builds don't really feel that good. I did victimize Barrage and Heartseeker yesterday and didn't like either one of them, honestly. Just being completely honest, I was not a fan of either one. In fact, actually, close quarters combat Heartseeker felt a lot better than victimized Heartseeker, which I guess could be a W depending on whether you like victimized or not. That one. But precision. Well, Reign of Heroes is precision, which is what I did yesterday. Haven't done any Barrage precision or pin shot precision stuff yet because I didn't have the gear for it on Eternal to do it. But my guess is this though, when it comes to Barrage, honestly, I'm thinking either Barrage will end up becoming combo point again, because combo point precision is really strong with the new combination dagger buff as well. So I'm actually thinking like cold Barrage again with the cold imbuements like on your boots and pants or whatever, so you can have like a lot of charges with no problems. Roll, go with Shadow, Shadow Clone, roll Shadow Clone reduction on rings and amulet, whatever. So therefore, I get sure damage. I think that'll be really strong, or pretty strong. And then there's if you want to do like a spam Barrage, I think close quarters combat is the way to go for that, honestly. But then I think you'll be able to do Wind Force though, also with that too. So that's actually that might be quite potent on close quarters combat builds or whatever for spam Barrage. These are all things I was planning on testing today if I can actually get the gear to actually do the things. Ironically enough, I'm not even that interested about on the seasonal theme stuff as I am about, you know, builds actually working. Not saying the seasonal theme stuff isn't like or wouldn't be cool, but I like to know how things perform before the theme and then after the theme. This is the best Sky Hunter I'm gonna be able to get. You say Sky Hunter best in slot for precision? Well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's practically designed for that. This is probably one of the best what the hell cons I'm gonna be able to grab. Also one of the better combination daggers too. There's a Wind Force, but if on that legendary, they get a decent amount of items on this go around though. My stuff is about to get full. But yeah, I'm thinking Barrage is either close quarters combat or precision. I think close quarters combat will feel better to play for sure. But precision maybe a teeny bit stronger, but it has to be combat point precision. You can't do prep precision anymore because you're only procking precision only like 1/4 of the time, which is actually bad now with the new precision change. I'll put it that way. Gosh, these amulets have been so bad. So I believe there are not enough, but I want there are not enough, but I want the opinion of a programmer. So when you say less Paragon points, you feel like they're not enough? Like, are you saying you want more Paragon points or you want less Paragon points? I just want to make sure I'm like clearly understanding the you want more Paragon points. Okay, gotcha. I mean, I think 300 is fine, but I guess feel like Paragon just doesn't really have anything impactful on your like character, and it just feels a lot like it I don't know, like Paragon feels a lot like everything that you can already get on your gear. So there's like the glyphs, everything, like it's just basically like mimicking bonuses you already have. And so I just think it's pretty, in my opinion, quite lazy design at the end of the day, just to kind of keep you playing longer, I guess, which is I mean ultimately the goal, sure, but it's just, I don't know. So I mean, adding more Paragon points just doesn't really seem like, I guess, but adding more Paragon points won't fix the root issue of Paragon in general. Because now all you're gonna do is just be looking around trying to take +5 main stat on your Paragon board. That's it. Like that's all. That's all you're gonna be doing. So there's really no value in that. So you can add like 300 more Paragon points and like it still won't change what's wrong with the system, if that makes sense. That's why I'm like, that's why I'm just feeling or thinking that like it won't do anything for the game. If anything, it'll probably make people more complain about it, because it's like, well, it takes, you know, a while to get to Paragon 300, but imagine getting to Paragon 500, right? And like there's an achievement attached to it. People get upset, and it's like, bro, you know, I couldn't really do the 300. Now there's 500. What, you know, WTF? Like, I mean, I'm not in that category. I could care less in that sense, but I can see the complaints now. Yo, a 4GA shard. I guess I have to make basic builds now. I don't have a choice. I got one item out of that. You want unlimited Paragons like D3? Well, technically D3 didn't have unlimited Paragons. It just had such a high number that you would never be able to reach it in like one season. But the cap was actually 20,000, and generally is, you know, it has been reached by like, you know, at this point probably like 40, 50 people now, who obviously have, you know, botted those guns, or, you know, most of those guns or whatever, after playing many different seasons of D3 or whatever. But the thing about it is that like there aren't that many people who hit 300 already in this game currently. Like how many people in chat like actually hit 300 now, or at 300 now? And most likely, if you are, you probably played Spiritborn. So you won't have access to it being that easy going into the next season or whatever. Yeah. You don't got it in you? Yeah, me neither. Again, like I said, the whole +5 dex thing isn't appealing to me. I'll put it that way. I did that crap in D3 for years. I'm kind of past that point. 294 Druid. Oh, very nice, actually. I propose this to earn a Paragon point faster than we do in the current season. Also, it's a bit sad to sit and think that we need to sacrifice to do max damage. Should I sacrifice the legendary note or the rare one? I don't think you have to sacrifice though. You can get them all. Like right now in the current game, you can get all of them. Like there's like 20 Paragon points I don't even use. I didn't even use yesterday or the day before, yesterday while playing PTR in the Eternal Realm because I mean I can just put them into Dex places, but like they don't really make that big of a difference. I'm only a Paragon what like 286 or something like that, or 288 or somewhere around that range in the Eternal Realm. So it's like you don't have to make any sacrifices. That's the thing. That's part of what makes it boring, in my opinion. Because you legit don't really have to make any sacrifices. And there's nothing on the tree that is enticing for you to take most of the time. So, in my opinion, it's just, again, it's just powers and stuff you already have on your gear. It's not really exciting. But yeah, I take everything I want. I never have to make any sacrifices on my Paragon. I'm not even 300. So I see what you're saying, but I don't really think that really applies right now. At least not right now, because I don't know of any actual sacrifices you have to make right now in this gear, like in this game of Paragon. I can only see like sacrifices being made like maybe around like 200 Paragon, 210 Paragon, like roughly around that range, right? But that's really about it. You level so quickly that you're not stuck, I guess, having to make those choices. It's just like, oh, I can't do this and that. Okay, well, I'll just keep playing until I can. You know, and that might be like, you know, a couple of days later, and then it's like, oh, now I can actually get everything I want in that on that board. So I guess what I'm saying ultimately is, instead of like trying to add band-aids to the problem, you know, no matter how good the band-aid might seem, right? You know, you can have like the little dinosaur band-aids, which are actually pretty cool. I'm not even gonna lie. I had me like this like Rugrats band-aid. It was actually pretty awesome, right? But the band-aids don't solve the root cause of the issues, right? So I'd rather just not keep slapping band-aids on it and then just kind of get to actually fixing what the issues actually are, in my opinion. But that's just me. Yeah, it's a 4GA item somewhere. I think it's a boot. One I know I'm not gonna use, obviously. Yeah, back to what I was saying before. I think Barrage either is going to be close quarters combat or precision. It just feels kind of awful with Victimize, and the clone I thought was going to do more to kind of help it, and it didn't. So I'm a little saddened by that, actually. Although the clone actually did really well with Heartseeker, or it actually did okay with Heartseeker. Didn't really do much for Barrage and the totem, and the totem is basically most of whatever your damage is coming from Barrage Victimize anyway. So yeah, but I might not even do any Victimize setups for either one of them, honestly, Heartseeker or Barrage. And if I do, I might make it a variant. It won't be the main thing. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, we'll do that. If we had 6 boards and still 300 Paragons, we may have a couple of sacrifices. It'd be overshadowed by the extra multipliers. Yeah, I mean, I just wouldn't take the fluff at that point. Like, I'm maxing out glyphs and stuff, which I don't really have to, but I do anyways because there's nowhere else to put some of the points in. Sometimes, not all the time. So like, even if I had 6 boards, I would just go straight to the what's important on that board, and then that's kind of really it. It really wouldn't give me technically more choice. Like I said, I guess they could just it just really needs an overhaul, honestly. Like, even if it means like, I'd say simplifying it isn't the right word I'm looking for. If it's this not as vast of a system, but actually changes the way your build works and performs, I would much prefer that. Things that you cannot get on gear is my point. Seasonal theme, all Smith skills can be active. Okay. Okay, I get to a point where I'm starting to be able to have things I can actually like try now, because I did get a couple of decent whatchamacallits, but now I think right now it's really almost the uniques. I'm kind of struggling with the uniques right now. Every cowl I've gotten so far has either been GA crowd control duration or GA rapid gambits. Every single one. Who's that? Nilo, appreciate the sub for 2 months in a row. How's it going? Everything else on that is so bad though. Also, not even a single like usable amulet, by the way. CPS string. Dagger. Oof. Nothing. Okay. Actually, why am I even picking up pants, really? Dagger. Thorn, oof. Yeah, no, no. 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 No, 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 and no. Appreciate the follow. Does appear that alchemical advantage note isn't proccing off of stuff it used to and should. The new poison or rich power. I haven't messed with anything alchemical advantage related. Part of it is I just haven't gotten there yet, and two, like things that I know that maybe are going to like test and things. I kind of let him. I kind of do the things that I know he is not going to do. I put it that way, as well. So we don't end up like, I won't say wasting time, but more so of like just being able to cover everything quickly between the two of us. Also, DZ as well. Same ordeal. So DZ tends to do like flurry things, which is why you haven't seen me do much flurry at all in a recent. So nothing good here. No. Well, I'll hold on to GA deck stuff. Because the worst case scenario, I can at least use that. Alright. I guess how many good weapons though, man. I think I've gotten pretty decent boots, pants. Kind of gotten okay weapons. My rings definitely could use some help. My amulet, definitely really bad. I think I'm gonna still keep doing the plat boost for a little bit because I at least still get mats as well every time I do this. I'm at now 214k. That's probably not enough, but we'll see. See what's going on. Appreciate the follow. When I'm trying to build a night, little bit of everything though. Because I actually want to start testing the seasonal powers too as well. So I'm kind of like want to put almost like everything together that I want to do. And then put it like stuff in the armory and then kind of be able to switch back and forth between stuffs. Hey, it's a GA Frigid Finesse. That's a good start, I guess. Got another GA Vulnerable. Nice. Amulet. Dagger. Yes. One Forest. This actually might be the best one I might be able to find. I might want to hold on to that, I guess. Sad but true. If they had to guess, do you think PoE2 review ratings would be better or worse than PoE1 and on Steam? Hard to say, honestly. Presumably, I would say it would be better. But I think that people are underestimating how difficult Path of Exile 2 is going to be. So, like, I think for people who might be just trying the game out for the first time, might be in for a rude awakening for how hard it is going to be going into the end game. But right now, the hype is real because everyone is like, oh, you know, it's gonna be this. It's like the best thing since sliced bread. The whole universe is gonna slow down and stop to make way for Path of Exile. Or whatever, you're gonna have the overhypes or whatever like that. But I generally think that the game is probably gonna be pretty well received overall. I think you will get the crowd that might, or also too, you might also get the crowd that might dislike the game, that the game is like slow, like a lot slower pace, which is a massive difference from Path of Exile. Well, 1, right? So you'll have that crowd as well. Oh, and then you'll probably have some review bombing probably towards the beginning of people who can't get into early access because of the ridiculously long queue that's going to happen on Friday. So you're going to have those folks complaining, right? Being like, I pay this amount of money and I can't play. I've been in queue for 6 hours. Right? Like you'll have those players too as well. So, but that being said, I say all that to say that at the end of the day, I don't know. Like I don't know how well it's going to be received. But now that Path of Exile 2 has gotten the attention of a lot more casual players, obviously because, you know, via content creators talking about it a lot and it's being all over YouTube or whatever, that's going to attract people who don't really play stuff in this genre. And I think it's going to either they're either going to be like really excited for it because it's a challenging thing that they've been waiting for, or they're going to really dislike it because it's too challenging and they can't just kind of like, you know, right click everything dead type ordeal. So you say you'll be shocked if the reviews are anywhere near PoE 1. What makes you say that? Just out of curiosity. There it is. If your server crashes, nobody launches clean anymore. Oh well, absolutely. I don't know why anyone, you know. I mean, it's inevitable. Like, I hope no one believes that, you know, it's gonna be a super smooth launch. With no hiccups or server issues or, you know, game crashes. It's also early access too, so there's obviously going to be bugs too. They even said there's that there are going to be bugs, so they know about it. Really, all stats is all I got here. Like your chance is way too low. All right, give me about like hopefully maybe 30 more minutes of this, and I'll be able to kind of have a grasp of, yes, hopefully everything I might need for all the things I want to test. Maybe. I think mostly because it's a pay game and it's new. Okay, I guess that's, you know, that's fair. That's a fair take. I can see that. That's a very fair take. However, I will say that people who, you know, who might have purchased like the Ultra Omega $480 pack or whatever are gonna be, if they're not used to games like this or whatever like that, they're gonna be real pissed on day one when they can't log in for the first couple of hours. You're gonna get that entitlement thing. It's like, yo, I paid this amount of money and I can't log in. I'm waiting for those posts too, because you know it's gonna happen. Like I plan on like having something else to do while I wait in queue. Like I'm literally planning like a queue party for the most part with different games I might play or whatever. You know, while I wait to get in. just because I know it's like it's just it's gonna happen. It's crazy that anyone spent 500. You have to. I guess you have to understand too. Well, I guess for those who like, if you're like a if you're like a PoE fan, you've been playing for like like thousands of hours of like that. I can probably see that because like you've gotten so much enjoyment out of the game as it is, and you probably spent way more than that. Like if you've been playing that long, you probably spent way more than that anyways. So dropping another whatever like that to support the company because you really like the game doesn't really seem too unreasonable. But I know people who haven't even played the game yet that are looking to spend a couple $100 on like a starter pack. And I'm like, bro, you might want to just you might just want to play get the $30 coffee starter, the starter support pack, and then play the game first. And then if you like it, you can upgrade your package or whatever like that. But anybody that spent that kind of money beforehand, before playing a game or before being like deeply involved into the series, that's a hell of an investment. I'll put it that way. For me, that's like any game. I've been like that for every game I've ever played. It's just literally, if there's early access or whatever, like I pay the bare minimum. I don't care how much hype is around the game. So close. I think all these are bad. There's nothing wrong with supporting a game. Oh no, I didn't say anything wrong with supporting a game. I'm saying supporting a game you don't know anything about, or supporting a series of a game you don't know anything about before actually playing it. Like giving that kind of money away for it, right? Now, of course, like I said, if you've been playing the series for thousands of hours, then yeah, I mean, you drop the money because you kind of already know what to expect from the company. You do you, right? But like, if you never played Path of Exile 1 really, like much at all, you're buying a $480 starter pack. Like, to me, that's just like a rough investment for something you're not really familiar with, if that makes sense. It's almost like, trying to put a ring on it from a girl you just met for like 2 weeks or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just a little early. You don't know if you're gonna be you don't know if you're gonna like what you see. I mean yeah, but the thing about it is that you can upgrade the package later. Ain't like you're missing out. So if you start with $30, right? And then you happen to really like the game and you see yourself playing it for a long time, you can always upgrade the package. So there's no reason to spend that money at the start, is what I'm saying. If you're someone who's newer or that kind of thing, there's no reason to spend that kind of money. I might understand it more if you can only buy the pack between like a 2-day window and like it's $480, you get all this crazy stuff or whatever like that. There might be a case for that, but if they say you can upgrade your package or whatever like that, then like why spend that kind of money ahead of time before playing a game in a series that you haven't touched before? But hey, I mean, people, I'm not here to tell anyone how they spend their money. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. See the crazy before you put a ring on it? Yeah. It's an interesting tactic by the marketing team. Well, I think it's a smart one though. Like I think it's a really good one, considering that they allow you to be able to make the decision to upgrade later, your package later, if you like them. Like they're confident that you're going to like what you see from them, that they're allowing to keep that, those packages going, that you can upgrade. So there really is no FOMO with that. That's why I'm saying I don't understand dropping that kind of money that early when I can just upgrade later. Personally speaking. But again, I mean, if you just got it like that, you making like, six, towards the mid six, lower seven figures or like that, and that's what you want to do, hey, I'm not hating them, at that point it's just a drop in the bucket for you, man. Right. Daggerhound boot. Another rapid game missed one. What? Like, bro. Game. Why do you keep doing this to me, man? Quit it. Should I use character copy? I downgraded my characters in the PTR. Well, so well, that's just the way it was in D3. Like if you started doing stuff on your characters in the PTR and then you character copy, it's going to copy the characters. It's going to copy your progress from before the PTR. So it's going to overwrite all the progress you already had. Do you think you're going to be addicted to PoE2, or is it going to be another game for me? Honestly, I have no idea. Did you have to buy with real money for extra stash stabs? Yes. That's kind of where that's actually where Path of Exile probably makes most of their money. It's literally through stash stabs. That's why they go free to play, right? But if you want to be serious about the game, you pretty much get the stash for the most parts. Don't know what I'm gonna start on PoE2? No idea. All I know is that I'm gonna play Ranger into Deadeye, and that's it. I haven't been doing any sort of like watching videos or looking at a skill tree or whatnot. I kind of want the experience of like the old school days where I'm like jumping in kind of fresh and kind of get that surprise feeling when a skill does a thing. I was like, oh, it does that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty awesome. You don't really get much of that anymore nowadays, right? And I know that sounds weird coming from a content creator to say that, because usually we're supposed to try to be experts at it before everyone else, so we can make content so everyone else can follow us and do what we tell them to do. So I get it kind of goes against the whole content creator vibe thing, but honestly, I just want to go in, have fun, learn things along the way, and just go at it that way. But yeah, I mean, I have no idea how Path of Exile 2 is going to sit with me, like zero. The combat looks great, which is the biggest draw for me right now. So if the combat plays as great as it looks, then chances are I'll play long term. Addicted might be I don't know. I don't know. I think at this point it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a lot for a game to make me addicted to playing it. Honestly, I don't think I've ever been addicted to a game since. Actually, what was the last game I was actually addicted to? Warcraft 3: The Frozen Throne. I played that throughout a good chunk of my like upper childhood. I was definitely addicted to that. I would say the Smash series, you can kind of call that addiction or whatever. StarCraft, I was pretty addicted to that. Yeah, but I haven't really been addicted to anything else since then. Like I've never been addicted to any action RPGs. So I don't think Path of Exile is going to change that. Could be wrong. Could absolutely be wrong. But I just don't see like, I guess for me, like addiction kind of comes from in the form of competition somewhat. So like since action RPGs aren't really like competitive like that, then I just don't have that thing, I guess. One of your biggest turnoffs when I tried PoE sparkle effects. You know what I find quite interesting, and it's not really a knock on PoE per se, like in the original PoE, is that how many people can really be upset about how bright and colorful D3 is, or D3 was at the time, but then yet Path of Exile is like 10 times brighter than that. Now, granted, don't get me wrong, I do understand that people were expecting the Diablo game to be more dark, right? But if Path of Exile is supposed to be based around, D2 and kind of following that track, but yeah, it's way brighter than anything else like I've ever seen in terms of action RPG is concerned. Why was there zero complaints about that? Like zero. But for me, honestly, Path of Exile, again, it really wasn't the visuals that bothered me. It was literally just the combat. And they've seemed to address that. It's funny because Jonathan in the recent interview actually said that very thing. He's like, he wanted to reach the audience of players who didn't like the combat in Path of Exile. So like they made sure that the combat was better because he really wanted to know why other people who didn't really want to try Path of Exile, why they didn't try it long. Or one of the reasons why they didn't try it, whatever like that. He actually mentioned it. I'm like, oh, so literally a player like myself. Literally me. You targeted me, which is cool. Or a player like me, I'll put it that way. I hear people loving PoE and throwing shade at D3. I mean, there's definitely reasons to. I'm not saying there isn't any reasons to, right? I just find that some of the reasonings were just somewhat hypocritical in a sense. Can't throw shade about D3's art style. For the reason that it's too colorful, and then yet you're totally fine with the universe of colors and Path of Exile. Again, nothing wrong with the colors. Like, I mean, that's people like that. That's cool, but like, can't be like throwing shit at one and then be okay with another, right? It's just like now you're just fanboying kind of sort of thing versus actually having an objective or not objective, but having a reasonable conversation. Okay, 5 more minutes of me doing all boosts, and then I'm gonna start focusing on just uniques because I think that's kind of all I really need left at this point. My amulet is just gonna be bad. I'm just gonna accept that. What it's just gonna be is what it is, y'all. funny. I don't think I've ever had a good amulet this season, anyways, outside of my Word of Hakan. Really. I'm gonna wait. I'm not sure if I'm gonna pop for EA or wait for the release. I actually was planning on waiting for the release, but considering how there isn't anything going on in Diablo 4 throughout the month of December, it was kind of like a might as well sort of thing. And it'll be Christmas break for me too as well, so I have like more time to kind of kill, because I won't have to really be working like that. I still have to work my other like gig job or whatever for income, obviously, but I have more time to kind of spend the grind on something. So so for me, honestly, the early access is like perfect timing. So it's like, might as well go ahead and do it now. And if I like it, I keep playing. If I don't, then I will play something else. I cannot get a GA critical strike damage. But I mean, this is fine too for some things. I also don't have a good Fist of Fate either, so also kind of rough. Okay, let's make a new game because all this stuff is on the ground. You deleted your max level character from season 6 when you copied. Oh, it did? Now that is not what it's supposed to do. No drive to change my build in Diablo or make a new character in season 7. Or a new character, season 7 can't come soon enough. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I have, like, once the PTR is over or whatever, I don't really see myself really logging in. Well, I guess I might log in a little bit, like maybe like an hour and a half or whatever, but I'll be playing like other games as well. All the way up until January 20th. Like I'll be logging on just to kind of like just to kind of talk with people per se, more than anything. Like I'll be hard pressed to see myself like playing Path of Exile early access all the way through January 20th. I don't see it. I could be wrong, but it still is early access. So if I'm grinding like a madman throughout the month of December, there is gonna get to a point where I'm just gonna be like, all right, I kind of had enough. I'll wait until they come out with new content or new things or whatever throughout early access. Were you thinking of playing? Oh no, I won't. I will not play the original Path of Exile. So no. I have about 200 hours in that, which I know is obviously not much at all. But I did not like the combat of PoE 1, so I will not be doing that. But when I say other games, I'm talking about like I don't know. It may not even be in the action RPG genre, honestly. Because I'm also starting to think too that maybe, just maybe, action RPGs might not, may not really be for me long term. I don't know. I guess with the things I complain about, in Diablo 4 per se, are complaints that kind of stems throughout the entire genre and not really just Diablo 4 sometimes. So I don't know. There's Monster Hunter Wilds coming in February next year. I used to play some Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter World. I actually play about almost 1,000 hours on Monster Hunter World. I really like that. We'll kind of see. I think Path of Exile 2 is probably like the last real action RPG that I'm probably gonna like give like that shot at, if that makes sense. That's not what I meant to do. Oops. So much for me to actually look through. Oh, this is trash. Exit out. I'm back in. I'm looking forward to reviews on PoE2. You seem to be one of the few who's going to go in with a lessy approach, but then it'll kill every other game in existence. I mean, I don't know. I'm also, I don't know. I will say I might be a little older than, even though I don't look like it. I'm probably a little older than most of the other content creators in this field. So I guess I take more of I've seen this story way too many times before. I'd rather be pleasantly surprised than to be massively let down. I'll put it that way. Bro, let me do the thing. Doesn't mean I can't be excited for it, but yeah. I'm definitely not. Well, that's why I say content creators, right? Like I guess your consistent content creators is probably the best way to put it. I'm not older than my audience, but that's why when I say older than other content creators in general. Most content creators in the genre that does make content pretty consistently. I'm pretty sure I'm like older than most people on Maxroll. Pretty sure. And looking at most of the PoE content creators, most of them are probably like in either late 20s, early 30s. Keyword most. Like I'm older than Rax, older than DM, older than Woody, older than like probably older than Dat Mods, older than older than Ziz, older than Ziggy D, older than Imperium, like older than Barricade. I'm not sure. That one I'm actually not sure. $60? Nah, not that old. I wish I looked like this when I'm 60. I might. Like who knows? Yeah, bow, dagger. Of sort. Dagger. Nothing. Sword. How old is Barricade? Does anyone know? Like I met him in person, but like I mean, it's not like I asked to do how old he was. Get off my lawn. What did I walk in here? Are we having an old man contest? I guess I think people were asking like people were saying that I seem to have a more level-headed approach in terms of like jumping into Path of Exile 2, where I'm excited for it, but like I'm not like overly hyped, and I'm kind of taking the less wait and see approach, I guess, to the game. And I mentioned that it might have to do with age as well, because I do remember there was a time frame where I used to be hype about everything, but I was also younger then. So I went from being more of like, like the hype man or the hype guy or whatever, to being more of a realist in my 30s, I guess you could say. No, what? it all disappeared. What? Wow. Well, rip whatever it fell over there. I remember when D4 launched, you were active but chill. Yeah, see, like I didn't overhype D4 or anything. I was excited for it because it was the next installment of the game that I was playing before. But like, if you notice, I never had that. Ultimate damage. Okay, now I gotta go and look at all this crap I just dropped on the ground. Doesn't matter, go on my stash. I doubt it, because it's already full. Like, this is already there. I didn't empty this out, so I think all those items are lost, whatever they were.
Greetings. Hello.
About time. We'll take this. Call the nameless. That's good enough. Alright, Barrage is pretty awful. I should have a pretty decent combination daggers. Okay, well, save that.
Need something forged?
Salvage. Grab a bit more equipment. Please don't be like that. Past your bedtimes, man. Oh, man's out. All right, you have a good one, man. This thing like never doesn't really like, it lags. People are gonna find out what black don't crack means tonight. Justin says Monster Hunter is one of your favorite game series of all time, but to be honest, the endgame systems are always pretty weak. Hoping for something much better in Wilds. So are you? So Justin, are you one of those like traditional Monster Hunter players, or like were you the ones that like didn't like Monster Hunter World when it first came out? Like just out of curiosity, like were you one of those generation like Monster Hunter Generations players? Nothing wrong with that. Like there's a conversation I had about so you like all of them, yeah, even Rise, Sunbreak. Yeah, I say that just because I know that there's people who got really upset about Monster Hunter World initially because it strayed away from the formula and kind of casualized it. I mean, it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't easy per se, but you know they kind of streamlined some of the things that you didn't have to do anymore in the previous Monster Hunter games. So you had the purists who were really upset about that. I know that feeling because I experienced that in the Smash community with Melee versus Smash 4 and Melee versus Ultimate. You got that in the StarCraft community with StarCraft Brew War versus StarCraft 2. You know, those kind of things. But I do like the Monster. Like I didn't play Monster Hunter until Monster Hunter World. So like I was kind of one of those like not early adopters. Sorry, not one of those early adopters of the series or whatever. I came in at Monster Hunter World. And I came in playing Dual Blaze. So that was already like 2x. That's like 2 strikes already. Or whatever. But I had fun though. I had fun when I played it. So I'm actually kind of looking forward to Wilds though, but like I wouldn't play Monster Hunter Wilds if best way, like if Path of Exile 2 really catches my attention, like for like long term or whatever, then I probably won't play Wilds because I'm just not gonna have time to. There's no way I'm gonna be able to like cover D4, you know, also play a lot of Path of Exile 2 and also play Wilds. It's like it's just not enough time in the day with that and of course real world responsibilities. So something's gonna have to give, right? I don't think the restarts the spirit of the game or anything. World's probably my favorite of all time, anyways. I mean, they definitely got it, made it to where you got to the hunt a little fast, or you were able to kind of get to the main part of the fight faster, which I think makes sense if you're trying to get more people who don't know about the genre per se, since it didn't really come out on big name systems. It was usually on like portables and stuff. So I think what Capcom did was actually a really good choice personally. Then again, I didn't play the other ones, so my opinion means like absolutely nothing. It means like, you know, but from a marketing perspective, from a business perspective, which is something I can understand, I think it made complete sense for them to go the direction that they did with it. And now no one talks about it, right? Like no one, you know, bats an eye about that anymore. But it used to be such a big problem or a big thing back then. Shouldn't need to start dropping crap. Alright, so what's over here? So daggers here. Daggers here. I'm running out of space. Yeah, I really need a good wind force though. That and or a decent wind force, I'll put it that way. Skyhunter boo. Wind force. Hey, okay, that's actually kind of usable. 44% on the barrage projectiles. It's only plus 3 range to barrage though, but a plus 3 malice is nice. So I still don't have a good fist of fate though, or a good enough to use fist of fate. So that's gonna hurt for some builds. I think I'm gonna have to do a couple more caches, and then we'll build something. I don't know if I'm gonna like start Arena Rails first or whatever. But because I actually want to do like the witch stuff too.
You can take what's left. Come back if you need work.
I think you're pretty neutral about the paintball system, and while I agree that actually hunting the monster isn't much of a thing anymore, I don't think the mechanics around it were never good enough to keep it around. Yeah, I agree. I do agree with that. I'd rather kind of get into like the meat of it per se. I mean, I always was curious about like, you know, ways of being able to like track the monster down and kind of thing. Like, I mean, it is Monster Hunter, so you do want the hunt to sort of still be there, but you know, you also don't want the hunt to take like 20 minutes, you know, either, right? Part of that is what are we testing tonight? Well, the wish powers, but I want to do it with like actual builds. So I'm trying to get all the gear I need for all the builds I think I'm going to play. So I can just kind of just go from one build to another build to another build to another build. But unfortunately, I have to actually get the stuff, and getting the stuff actually just takes a while because we just got the vendor dude. So. And he's a little laggy, as you can see. Yeah, but I'm not looking for like best in slot items. Just, I guess, mostly correct GAs. Just a single GA on the right thing or whatever. Oh, come on. Come on. We just gotta never mind. Go back to the equipment, try again. Oh, come on. It's like I have to kind of back out and then go back in and do it. It's almost like guaranteed at that point. Yeah, it's guaranteed even if I back out and do it. think I'm done picking up daggers and stuff. Daggers or whatnot. Gloves though. Glove. Did I try Shadow TB yet? Well, I haven't had a chance to get the boots, the new boots or whatever, because the PTR vendor was locked yesterday because they disabled them. So I haven't had the chance to like really build into a true Shadow build. But I plan on it. None of these. None of this. Melee gloves. Well, actually, I got a GG sword already. A really freakishly good Shard of Arathio. I can't believe I actually got that thing. So gloves. Gloves. No dagger. A 3GA Enforce. 41% though. I guess that's still worth getting GA on Barrage and Malice though. And the GA on the whatchamacallit. Yeah, I guess that's fine. That'll work. That'll work for the win for us. So go helm emulate. Oh, wrong one. Ring boots. All right, let's see what we got. No. Nope. No. Nope. 265. This is too low. Nope. And nope. So rip all those except for the wind force. We'll try a couple more caches, a couple more full caches, and then we'll start building something. Sorry it's taking this long, but this is the PTR process, unfortunately. The way Blizzard has done it, so
Father bless. What do you need? Supplies nice.
hopefully I have enough amulets to test different things, because I need amulets for like 3 different builds. How does intercom work with shadow step build? Well, as long as you don't move, if you shadow step, then you keep the buff. So like if you just shadow step from one place to another place, you didn't technically move. You didn't, like, you're still standing still, you just teleported. You see what I'm saying? But the moment that you walk, you lose a bonus. So as long as you can keep dashing from one place to one place, from one place to one place, you can actually keep the buff up quite a bit. It's not easy, but you can. And that's the overall consensus of it. Yeah, but is it just inquisitive? Cool. Yeah, so I think at the moment though, in terms of like games I could play for fun over the Christmas holidays and throughout early January and going on forward, I don't think I'm in this spot where I'm like losing personally. I do think that my content in general is gonna take a hit though, because like let's be 100% honest, like no one knows me in PoE. I didn't play PoE obviously, right? So no one knows me there. Chances of people actually watching me, someone literally trying to play PoE2 mostly blind, in a category that's going to be extremely oversaturated, is going to be pretty bad for my channel, honestly. Any other games I play, period, is like kind of like that in general. But I'm well aware of that. That's also why I won't make any, like, I doubt I'm going to make any YouTube videos on Path of Exile 2 anytime soon. Like, if I do anything Path of Exile 2 related in terms of videos are concerned, like, it probably won't be until, like, maybe... Because I definitely won't do it in early access. I don't even make videos for PTR, Diablo 4 or whatever. But if I ever do in Path of Exile, I probably won't be until, like, 2026. Which I know this probably sounds weird, but like Path of Exile 2, I'm assuming will probably be out the second half of next year. So when the full game actually releases with everything, I'm gonna need time to play that, get acquainted with that, and then it might be one of those things where it's like, oh, I might have an audience that does care about me playing Path of Exile 2. They're not gonna actually do that. So yeah, no YouTube videos until like 2026 on Path of Exile 2. I'll put it that way. No, Justin. No. You wasn't doing that. You wasn't doing that. No. Not at all. I've already had that in mind in general before I even talked to you about that Monster Hunter Boss. I was thinking about that like about a week or two ago. In terms of like, what if I don't like Path of Exile 2, right? Like, what if there's that chance where maybe I just don't jive with it or something? Who knows? Or maybe I do like it, but maybe it doesn't hook me like long term. Maybe I'm not, maybe I like it, but not enough. I don't know. Like, who knows? Like, who knows what's gonna happen, right? I put it to you this way. So like, I remember with Diablo 3. When I first started playing it, I liked it quite a bit. It had its issues, but the combat was really good. So I kind of kept playing for a bit. And then there were times throughout its life cycle that I did not like the direction that they were going. Like, I just could not. It was basically around the time where they only had like one 6-piece set per class. And that one 6-piece set was way stronger than anything else you could ever do. Or make yourself. So the 6-piece set basically told you exactly how you play your class and the skill, whatever. There was no creativity. So now this was the time where auto turret was a thing, like auto sentries for demon hunters was a thing, and people loved it because you can literally put your sentries down and go cook a meal and everything's dead. There was no gameplay around it, so people loved how easy it was and how strong it was. But I was one of the very few people that actually hated that. But there was only one set at the time. So either you run that set and you play that build, or you do 0 damage. That's how it was at the time. And I loathed that. I hated that with a passion. So I literally just stopped playing the game. I was just like, you know what? Screw that. I'm just not going to play. Instead of, complaining about it all day long, I'm just going to play something different. And that's actually around the time where I played some Heroes of the Storm. That's when I played Monster Hunter World. That was the time where I played Monster Hunter World a bit. A little bit later into that cycle. I was playing some Smash again, kind of somewhat semi-competitively. So like I branched out and played other things for myself. I wasn't a content creator at the time though, so you know I didn't have to think about that portion of it. But yeah, I didn't come back to the game until there was like 4 more sets, or 3 more sets. So it's total 4 sets per class. So I came back to the game when there was at least 1 set that I enjoyed playing, which was UE multi-shot. And then I stuck with it past that point because a new team of developers kind of took over and decided to take the game into a different direction a little bit. And I was like, hey, okay, I can you know, I can get with this. I can get with this kind of thing. You know, I kind of have a feeling that I won't say it might happen with D4, but like for me in D4, it's bugs. That to me is like the ultimate turn off. For me, like each season. So like each season, I just get a little less and less patient about it. I'm not talking about like just normal bugs that kind of like, you know, that happens in coding or whatever, but like just some absolute, just insane amount of spaghetti that makes 0 sense of how some of that is even like remotely possible. And then of course the philosophy of kind of just like waiting to like fix it until the next following season, fix some bugs. So you know, people come across some egregious bugs and it's like, okay, well, we'll just let you ride with it until next season. Means that it's just gonna take forever before we have like a, you know, where like maybe half of our tooltips work the way they're supposed to. And eventually that's kind of like wearing on me. Even though I find the game fun still, like that part is really wearing on me a lot. Is this the best way to get ancestrals on PTR? Well, ancestral uniques, yes. I'll put it that way. So I got another win force with 1% better than the previous one, but 1 GA less. So no. But that's hilarious that it rolled like that. Random rolls are still nice. I still don't have a good Test of Fate though. 20% lucky hit chance. Rough. Also don't have a good Pain Gorges either, so I can't do like some of the basic attack builds I want to do. Which is rough. So what's this about Armory I'm hearing? Oh no, it's in the PTR. The Armory's in PTR, which is actually about time, but it's actually really good. And it's ironically enough less buggy than the Armory in Diablo 3. I'm actually somewhat impressed. Not even gonna lie. But it's here. And my experience with PoE is that the game of combat is good, but the engine just doesn't feel smooth. Like movement mainly feels clunky. Well, I didn't really like the combat in PoE 1, but PoE 2's combat seems to be drastically different than in the original. And I think that, if anything, that's the draw for me the most right now. Not saying I don't care about systems or whatever, those kind of things, but I'll deal with whatever your systems are, per se. Like, if your combat is just really engaging and good. Like, if it doesn't feel good to me killing a bunch of things, it doesn't matter how good the systems are around it. Like, if I can't enjoy the grind itself of killing things, then I just kind of can't really play your game. And that's kind of what it was for me in Path of Exile. Like, you know, it had great systems, really good progression. Well, the best progression model in the genre, but I just couldn't deal with the combat. I think most of it might be the fact that if there's one thing that Blizzard has done well with their action RPGs, has always been combat. Not even just action RPGs, but even just games in general. Like, their focus on combat being like polished and smooth and, you know, fun and impactful has always been one of the strong suits. You can look at or you can look at that in Diablo games. You can look at that in the real time strategy games back in the day, like StarCraft and Warcraft. Like, sure, the scale of the battles may not be as large as, like, let's say Age of Empires or whatever, but the combat was still unmatched in the genre. The fighting, the actual, like, whatever, like, that, you just couldn't, nothing could, like, touch it. Blizzard has always done pretty well in that sense, right? So the fact of the matter that there is now, GGG, has the money now to polish, the money and the time to polish, whereas they didn't as a small indie company back in the day, makes it very intriguing now for me as a player, because the biggest draw to Blizzard games for me has always been combat. So, if GGG manages to, put out better, more polished combat, then, like, you could pick yourself up a new fan right there. Fan being me, that is. That's why, like, again, with Path of Exile too, is like, I take the whole wait and see approach, because I gotta feel the game. I gotta play. I gotta play the combat. It looks good, right? But like, a lot of people who were like, their early reviews and had their hands on it early or whatnot, like, I say the majority of them, not all of them, but the majority of them are staunch PoE players, right? So, like, I don't think it's really that difficult to really improve upon the previous combat system on Path of Exile. Let's be honest. So, like, saying it's better now than it was then isn't really necessarily, like, a big compliment. However, it looks like it's going in the direction I would personally like. I see money on the floor. Why don't I post PoE content? Because no one's gonna watch it. That's why. No one's gonna watch it, and then my YouTube algorithm is just gonna die. I might have to make, like, a new channel if I ever wanted to do that. But, like, yeah, let's be honest, no one's gonna watch PoE content from me. And given the fact that when I make videos, it's on my free time, so spending my free time bombing out on my videos, it doesn't really sound like a fun thing, like a fun activity, to be honest with you. Because, I mean, I do all the editing and stuff myself. Like, the guys who like the bigger streamers usually have, like, editors and stuff, like, that helps them with their videos. Like, I have to do all that from scratch myself, the video editing, the thumbnail making, all that stuff, and this is real time consuming for the YouTube algorithm and analysis to say, why did you even make this video in the first place? Right? And then you just feel bad because you're just like, man, I probably shouldn't have made that video. But there goes, like, 11 hours of my time. And 11 hours is actually really not a lot, really, but compared to how long it takes to make some videos. But yeah, you get the point. You get what I'm saying. I got no pain gorgers this time around. Like, what? None. Zero gorgers. All right, Sag. This PTR, it is. Actually, why is it maxed out at 200 Paragon anyway? I'm confused. What do I need to try Rainavero build on PTR? I didn't really make a planner. I usually don't make PTR planners because stuff changes all the time. Like it's gonna change from live to from PTR to live anyway. So I tend to not do planners ahead of time for PTR. But I mean, I don't know. I would say you need to temper damage versus distant enemies instead of crit damage in your gear. You'll need to go with Tricks of the Trade board as well as Dance Macabre board. For the damage to distant enemies, those are pretty big changes there for those. And you also need to not play up close because whatever con has damage to distant enemies too. So, what about fixes on weapons? Well, yeah, it still has to be crit damage because you can't, yeah, like you can't roll distant damage on gear. So you still want to do crit damage because of precision. I know a guy who has 8 YouTube videos. I don't really know anything about it. Oh, sorry, 8 YouTube channels. But I definitely hear that algorithm isn't too kind of videos that don't serve you. Yep, exactly. Yep. Because then what happens is that YouTube doesn't recommend it on the recommended page or whatever. So like if you're on YouTube and you look to the right and you see recommended videos for you, like those are videos that YouTube puts on the front, page or recommends you to the audience or whatever. And then that's kind of where a lot of your views initially come from, initially when you put out a video. And YouTube thinks it's going to be good. They'll kind of feature it sort of. But if you do a video in a category that you normally don't do videos in, then YouTube is not going to promote that video in a sense, in that same way, because they know that your audience, your normal audience, isn't being targeted with this video. So it no longer, it doesn't get promoted and it just dies, right? And then after that, it ends up hurting future videos because then YouTube is just going to think, oh, this is the direction you're going in, but you don't have an audience for this. So it's just going to kind of like ignore your come up, I guess you could say, when you're posting different videos. So you kind of have to almost just start a whole new YouTube channel. It'll be a lot easier to start a new YouTube channel and build an audience on that channel with that algorithm than it is to make different videos in that same channel, which sucks. It sucks that it's that way, but that is literally just is what it is. All right, we'll do one more round of equipment, and then we'll build. I really need a good Pain Gorges though. I'm mad that like I don't even have like a usable one. So yeah, when people say, when they're asking me like, to make PoE videos, is like that will like destroy my channel. I'll give you a good example too. It can also be in the same game. So like, let's say that like you can actually hurt your channel by posting content about the same game, but different type of content. So like, let's say you're someone who mostly posts like, videos on Rogue, right? Let's say you decide to start posting videos on a different class. You could lose a lot of your audience because you change your focus on your videos in the same game. I can tell you, I'll give you a perfect example of who did that and is somewhat having a rough time on YouTube, I guess you could say, with the transition of that. You guys know Lucky Luciano? Pretty sure you guys are aware of him, right? in terms of YouTube is concerned, he's the biggest rogue content creator, right? On YouTube, like by sheer numbers and sheer size, he's definitely the biggest, right? But if you notice, the moment he started putting out Spiritborn content, how much attention has he been getting on those videos? Nowhere near the amount of views he got on his rogue stuff, like not even close. But it's still D4, and it's still lucky, right? You know, he still got people like, and he does really good videos. Like his quality didn't change of his videos at all whatsoever. It's still him doing the way he always does his stuff. But because it's not rogue anymore, his audience, who are mostly rogue players, you know, we're just kind of like, oh, well, we're just not gonna really watch your Spiritborn stuff because we're here for your rogue stuff. So, you haven't seen any of his recommended videos. Yeah, exactly my point, right? Like, so I think it's a lot harder. It's hard to pivot content on like Twitch, but it's a lot harder to do it on YouTube for videos. Like a lot harder. YouTube algorithm is not so kind. I'll put it that way. But I will tell you someone who's really good at YouTube algorithm, like playing the algorithm, who's like really, really, really good at it. DM, Darth Microtransaction, is so good at understanding the YouTube algorithm. Like he has that thing on lock. He knows like he was able to transition out of Diablo Immortal into Diablo 4, in which he grew a lot in Diablo 4, and then transitioned that into becoming a generalistic streamer that covers like action RPGs or action RPG related games ish or whatever. And like that is very difficult to do. Yeah, he's really like he has that whole like right now. If you look at the PoE videos that he's been putting out, like he probably is getting more attention on his PoE videos than most other content creators. And like he plays PoE, don't get me wrong. Like he's, you know, fan of it, really, really likes it. But he's nowhere near as hardcore as like some of the other guys are. But if you notice, he is getting a lot more attention on YouTube. Like his videos are hitting real good right now. If there's anyone who understands that I probably should be hitting up and talking to, and be like, bro, help me. Help me, sir, because you know things. Please make me a student of yours. About time I got a crit damage one. With actually a pretty decent marksman projectiles too. That is good. About time. I still don't have a good pain gorges though. Oh, this could have been good if that was not 150% though. But I might have to hold on to it because it's like the best I got. But yeah, so like for Lucky Luciano, like what I was saying before, like that's just kind of rough for him because I know he's been wanting to branch out for a while and not be stuck just doing rogue content or whatever. But he grew so high, like he grew so fast doing it that it's so hard for him to pivot out of it. Sacrifice with the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate you. I don't know what I did for that, but I nonetheless appreciate you. That's 2 Sky Hunters. They're the same things. Or similar things. Alright, I think that's it, y'all. I'm tired of re-rolling. I've been re-rolling for like 2 hours, over 2 hours now. I know you guys want to see stuff now. I want to see stuff. Let's see. Okay. So does Paragon stop at 200 on PTR and I have to earn the rest of it? Is that how that works? I have to actually like earn it through XP and stuff. Super true stream, super honest, deserves everything. Why you deserve it, my man? Well, I appreciate it. I would love to do like journalistic content. You know what I want to do? You said D4 changed DMs. Oh yeah, D4 skyrocketed him for sure. But you know what I really want to do? I'm gonna like kind of spoil it a little bit because I might still try to do this in the future. I kind of want to do in general content a little bit, like for action RPGs, more so Diablo 4, but like I kind of want to do like short videos, like not like short like YouTube shorts, but like maybe like explaining what happens or explaining what's going on with Rogue, you know, this week or whatever in like 3 minutes or so. Like literally just have like everything you need to know about whatever in like 5 minutes or whatever. So like do like videos that really respect your time and just gives you exactly what you need to know. And then that's it. So like every time you come, like you see my video pop up, it's like, okay, cool. He's going to have relevant information. It's going to only take me 4 minutes to watch. I don't like this whole like 25, 30, 35 minute videos. Sometimes when I do a build guide, you kind of have to. Sometimes I try to make it shorter if I can. But I rather just like give you exactly what you need and like make a series out of it. You know, everything you need to know in 4 minutes or whatever, whether that's, you know, the happenings of the week, almost kind of like what Riker does, but like in a much smaller format in a sense. I like stuff like that. I think because see, it'll be easier for me to make because it's only like 4 or 5 minutes long, and they'll be respectful of your time because it's only 4 to 5 minutes long. So the job would be is to make sure that I intrigue you enough in those 4 minutes to make you want to sub and keep watching those 4 minute videos. So while my ad revenue on all those videos won't be great because it's only 4 minutes, right? So like, you know, the income I make off those videos would not be much, but I would be able to put more of those out, and then there'll be more people that will come to watch because they know I'm not trying to like stretch out a video just to get the 8 minute mark to get the ad, or you know, to get the ad revenue, or the 12 minute mark to get the other part of it. You know what I'm saying? Like they know I'm not like just talking just to be talking. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like there isn't really anyone doing that, and that's kind of what I really wanted to do. But I've been like really afraid to do it because it's so difficult to like get that started, and even try to do it on my main channel because like I might kill my algorithms trying to do stuff like that. So that's kind of what I want to do. So I'm looking into that probably in the future, coming into 2025. I just need to figure out how to sustain that. Like, how do I sustain that with the full-time job and also streaming and stuff like that? Like, how do I really really continue to like sustain that? Short as in vertical vid? No, not vertical vid. I mean, like just no, not. I don't. So I'm not talking about doing YouTube shorts where they're like 30 seconds long. Like that's like a YouTube short. So not like the vertical. Like it'll be like a regular video, but it'll be like 4 minutes long. Like 4 to 5 minutes long max. So like I'd be creating like content that you can digest very quickly, but it gets to the point and like be able to sum everything up hopefully so well that you want to continue to keep coming back and being like, well, Docs, I said everything, you know, that someone else took 25 minutes to say, but in 4 minutes, right? And the reason why I think I'd be pretty good at that is because I, you know, as a teacher, I kind of have to do that anyways. I have to sum up lesson plans and whatever and be able to make sure that I can teach the information in that time frame. So I do that for a living kind of anyway. So it's like, why don't I do that for YouTube videos? Where I forcefully put myself, okay, I got 5 minutes or I got 4 minutes. I need to wrap up whatever I can in 4 minutes. How do I do that? And I think I can pull that off. But I think it'll be kind of hard to get it going. But I think people might be interested in stuff like that. I don't know. Well, but I do definitely need to play in the whole idea of in 4 minutes or in 5 minutes type, brand. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, you'll see it in the title, blah, 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 in 4 minutes or whatever. Or like in the thumbnail itself, rogue expansion stuff explained in 4 minutes or whatever, it's in line with current day's attention span. Yeah, that's the other thing too. So I was looking at the trade chat. All right, let me stand up and walk for a little bit because I haven't done that. I'm been sitting just rolling. We might try. I think I might build Rain first. I know I've been playing Rain of Arrows quite a bit, but I do need to kind of compare it with some of these witch powers, which I don't really have any idea what they really do quite yet, and even like how this works. And also all of these things here. So we'll be going over these with an actual build. Yeah, I'll be right back, y'all. Give me like a minute or two. More stash base gone next season. Oh, because I could not play PoE1 because of the outdated interface, but want to explore PoE2. What I don't understand is war hype comparison between two different games. And so far, I didn't enjoy PoE community attitude. Well, it's kind of like for me, I'm gonna be honest. It's hard for me to have an opinion on the PoE audience or community because I'm not part of it. There has been times where I have felt that, you know, some of them wanted to try to gatekeep and be like, stay over there, stay in your lane, or from like any other game that you might have came from. And then there are those who are just hype just to be hype, you know, like they're really excited about it, and they, you know, tell you, hey, you should come over, you should play. It's definitely, you know, fun and whatnot. So I've seen both. I've seen it on both ends. So it's kind of hard for me to be like, to feel and or, you know, say one thing about the community or the other. But in terms of the comparison between the two games, I mean, I honestly don't really too much kind of understand it myself either. Honestly, I don't understand it. I don't involve myself into it like that. I just don't think it's really that big of a deal that someone else plays something that I may or may not like. In my opinion, that's just life, right? You know, someone likes something, someone else doesn't like. You know, but the way that I used to put it, when people used to, who was it? Was it last epoch, or I forgot what game it was. I think it was doing season 3 or something. I think it was, and like a lot of people were talking about how, like, why am I playing this instead of last epoch, and last epoch is this and last epoch is that, this game is dead, etc., etc. And I always kind of amounted to the idea if someone is like literally coming into, is like literally talking about a game on a different stream that has nothing to do with the game that you actually like. I guess almost sounds like that person who just can't get over their ex-girlfriend, or ex-boyfriend. It's like, if you're constantly talking about how bad your ex is, are you really over that ex? Like, you're talking about how you this new girl that, you know, you with or like that, you know, she's this, she's that, or like that, but you spend more time bashing your ex than talking about your new girl or your new guy or whatever, right? Like, that doesn't look good. But when people do that, like, that's how I look at it. I'm just like, you know, if anything, tell me more about how much fun you're having in the game that you're playing. If you spend more time bashing the games you don't, that doesn't, to me, that just doesn't look good. That actually looks like the opposite of what you're trying to do. Like, that almost sounds like you're insecure versus, you know, believing what you're actually saying. Like, if you have to do it on a daily basis, are you really confident about the thing that you believe is better? Like, appreciate the follow. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I never understood that, but it just kind of just gives me that insecurity vibes. Because it's like, I guess for me, if I really like something, if I think something is really good and I think it's better than something else, I would just play the thing that's better than something else. And I will keep talking about how good the something else is in the same realm with everyone else that's also playing the same thing. To me, that makes sense. But to go back to something I don't play anymore that I no longer like, to talk trash about it and spend your daily doing that, just makes, I don't know, that just I don't know, that just sounds really, that to me, that just seems really insecure, and I don't really feed into that. I mean, people could say all that, like, whatever they want in my chat when it comes to that, but like, if you notice, I don't feed into it. So I guess people get bored of being here with that. It's like, oh man, I just trashed D4 and said, you know, last epoch is all this. He's like, why isn't he mad? Isn't he supposed to be mad and upset? And, you know, why isn't he like, you know, so people just kind of leave It's just like, oh man, this guy's boring. Like he's not like, you know. You see a lot in Final Fantasy 14 as well. I think it's because both PoE and Final Fantasy 14 are the underdogs compared to Behemoths that are Blizzard IP. I think so. The funny thing about it is that like I wouldn't call Square Enix like small though, right? Square Enix being part of Sony, which is technically bigger than Blizzard, technically, right? But I get what you're saying, like in terms of like the game that was created, obviously, right? Final Fantasy 14 as a product was a lot smaller in scale than World of Warcraft. So I get what you're saying. But you're right. You're absolutely right. You know, Blizzard is the behemoth. But I think what people forget to realize is that Blizzard used to be small, and when they were small, that's when they were at their best. When they became Activision Blizzard was when a lot of problems kind of ensured, and they became a corporation about making money first. But when Blizzard was small, just like all the other companies like GGG and whatever it is and stuff like that. Like they were making great games too. They weren't behemoths, but they weren't like big companies, but they were making great games, right? Fortunately, GGG gets to keep control over their product, even though they were bought out by Tencent, which is very, very smart of Tencent, which I'm very surprised at because Tencent is a Chinese corporation that's the fourth biggest international gaming company in the world, or at least there was at the time when I read up on it. And like you don't get there by caring about people. You get there by literally doing everything you possibly can to monetize your products, which is exactly what Tencent has done for all their mobile games. Like they're a giant for a reason. So the fact that they're allowing the PoE guys to kind of like have a lot less red tape or whatever like that, they get to operate like a small company while having the bankroll of a big company. And that to me is a winning formula that unfortunately some of the other games don't have. Like Diablo 4 doesn't have that freedom, Diablo 4, but Blizzard doesn't have that freedom to do that. I think people don't really understand that to its fullest, where some of the games decisions are not made by the devs, but more so people who are higher up who have nothing to do or know almost nothing about the genre, which is bad for Diablo fans and Diablo game. And if you don't believe me, you can legit look at Rod's tweet. Rod's tweet tells you everything you need to know about the disconnect between the actual developers who do know what they're doing and the people who manage those people. You see what I'm saying? Like it's people don't see that, nor do people care, but that's actually Chinese business directors care about long term. Oh no, they do. They do. You said they have a different way of leading and managing the business. Well, honestly, let's be honest. If you look at a lot of games, a lot of mobile games that are monetized and that are owned by Tencent, they're not nice. They're not like people friendly or whatever. Like they're out to get your pockets. So like it's not like they're out to get your pockets. But in this case scenario, when it comes to GGG, because of how this company has built what they did, Tencent has kind of left them alone. And instead of doing their own version of monetization or like that, they just let GGG kind of do what they do best. So as long as they're making money, it's fine. As long as they're, and obviously the brand is going to sell itself. Now, the moment that things start slipping, corporations are going to be like, all right, we bought you out. We let you do your own thing. A profit margin is slipping, Then comes the hand of management to kind of like, make, do different things or whatever. But as long as GGG continues to do really well with the people, there's no reason for Tencent to really involve or, get involved in that. they're definitely not aggressive with GGG, but they are very aggressive with their mobile games and most other products, which is why I was very surprised by it. But like, if you listen, like, think about it. Listen to the way that the well, complex. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. Listen to the way the devs at GGG talk in their interviews. You could tell they have a lot less red tape. There's almost little to no PR involved, right? There's like almost no PR involved in like what they talk about and what they say. Like, they seem to be free to say anything, and you can tell. You listen to like a campfire chat for D4, and you could tell a lot of the answers are very, like, you know, tested. They're very scripted. The only time where it's not scripted is whenever Rod comes in, because he's, well, general manager. And of all the people that probably needs to be PR'd, it's probably Rod. But he's the only one that can kind of, like, you know, has more free form to say more so whatever he wants to say. And that's really not necessarily a good thing. But yeah. Someone leak his tweet. Yeah. I don't have that. I don't have it like. Oh wait.
Yo, Dark Side.
Why am I echoing?
We just got raided, son.
Oh wait,
You
hold
know
up.
how we do.
Who was I watching?
Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
My bad. Who was I watching? I was about to pin it. My bad. I was like, I'm echoing. My bad. Here we go.
Sheezy.
Out.
Pandaglass Jure did my stream with 19 views.
Appreciate you, Finn. I was actually lurking in your stream, which is why when you rated me, like, the Twitch came open and you heard double sounds or whatever. So my bad. Oh man. But okay, so what you're trying to say is that Tencent should have bought Blizzard? Is what you're trying to say? Should have bought out Activision and just like bought Blizzard instead? Instead of Activision. I can only imagine like the type of products Blizzard could have continued to make if they would have went to like maybe Tencent instead of Activision for, you know, for like a merger of some sort. Not even a merger, just a buyout. Hell, it worked well for GGG. Right? I don't know, man. Activision was the worst thing to happen to Blizzard, man, for sure. The absolute worst thing to happen. I can tell you stories that I'm probably not supposed to really talk about, but anyways, what are we still doing here? I guess gonna now put a build together, I guess, finally. So you're playing Baldur's Gate still, Panda. Are you done with the PTR stuff? Because I saw you was doing PTR testing initially, and then you decided the Baldur's Gate for the remainder of the time, I think.
What will it be?
I just finished like rolling, or I just finished trying to get the gear necessary to actually start doing stuff. So like this is about the best I'm gonna be able to do with that. Okay. I still don't have like a actually, let's see my gloves. Okay, this is the best one I got for gloves. Also, Chinese will invest in Blitz after acquisition to different corporate culture. That's fair. That's fair. And Blizzard does get roasted that they don't care, which I don't believe is true. They do care. That's the thing. Like, I know, like, I know it's hard to believe it from the outside looking in. Yo, wait a minute. This is my. Is this what I look like without pants? Okay. I know people don't believe it, but they the devs care. I'm not going to talk about like the those above the devs, but the devs themselves and the people who do work on the game, actually they absolutely do care. Whether or not like we see that or get to see the passion, I guess, or whatever like that, it's obviously a different story, but like they do care. They just don't have the green light to like do everything that they want to do with the game. Could be a good or a bad thing, right? Like I don't know. Like if there were green lit, how different would the game be? It could be, considerably different. It could be just a little bit different. It could be, I mean, we don't really know. But I can tell you this thing though. They absolutely know what's going on and like know what's wrong. Know what things are wrong. The decisions just don't really line up with that at all. But that tends to be more of a management thing, and I won't really kind of go too far into that. But yeah, just trying to get gear got frustrating. After a couple of hours, since I know they're just gonna change everything. Yeah, yeah, true. But I also want to like, I guess for me, like I need to know the direction of like at least have an idea of where to go with the guides. And I kind of need to play them. So even though the changes are gonna happen, I need to know what the build feels like now. Expecting changes obviously to come, but I need to know what it feels like now. So I'm kind of like still pushing through this. That and horrible pay structure. Yeah, that's the thing too, Olga, is that like no one becomes a game dev to not have passion about making games. Like people can be good or bad devs, don't get me wrong, but no one goes into the industry and being like, yo, I'm gonna like sit there and like be right at or right up slightly above the poverty line in terms of my pay is concerned. I'm gonna be treated like crap and everything. And not be passionate about what you're doing. Like I look at it the same way as teaching. Like no one goes into teaching like or becomes a teacher because for the money. You go in it because you want to, because it's a career that or a career path that you are passionate about. You don't ever just get into it just because. So I would say a number of the devs, most devs are actually passionate about what they do. Otherwise you would not jump into that profession because it's not good. It's not to be fair, I moved abroad to teach English for the money, but also have passion about. Well, yeah, I mean I get it, but I mean in America basically. Colin and Adam Jackson need to be more in charge. Clover, what's up? Yeah, like I said, I just it gets unfortunate because I mean obviously we pay for a product, so it's like the people don't necessarily have to care about why something isn't the way it is, right? Like it's like I can tell you all day, well, this happened the way, like this happened this way because it's this way and that way, and like it's unfortunate and it's all this. But like as a consumer, you don't have to care about that. It's like, so I spent my money. You said it was this kind of a game. You just delivered. Like normally, like the consumer, can literally do without the sob story at the end of the day, because it's like, well, I pay money for the product, so who cares about how terrible the development was during Diablo 4 during COVID or whatever like that, and how your whole family caught COVID and they all passed away and you're the only one left and you still have to work on the game. Like no one cares. Like I'm the consumer, who cares? Like They don't care about that. The average consumer doesn't care about that, right? They care about the product being what it's supposed to be or should be. And understandably so. You spent your money on it, so like I get it. But I guess I might be one of very few where I might have a little bit more compassion on it, just because I tend to know a little bit more about the, or being able to speak with them a bit more, like in person and things, and kind of have an idea. It's like, oh, these guys actually do know the stuff that we complain about. Like, like they know. It's like, bro, they actually know. It does actually know. It's like, that's crazy. I can't say more than that, but like I can say that when I got to speak to them casually, it's like, wow, they know all the crap I complain about all the time. So, like on my stream, just like, you just nod the head and it's like, and I'm like, but why don't we see it? Why don't we see it, man? Of course they can't say nothing, but why don't we see it? Like, you know what the problem is. Why? Yeah, one thing that stuck out from an ABC interview with Jonathan from PoE was something like, if the team has ideas about something, I don't have a strong preference either way. I'll let them do what they want. Yeah, like that's not, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Thor says the same. He used to work there. Yeah, it's just like, like the thing is I can guarantee you, well, maybe not all of them, but I can guarantee you some of the devs are probably just as frustrated as we are about certain things in this game. Perhaps probably even more so frustrated than we are, because they have to work in that environment. They have to still work on the project and still get hated on by the masses, but agree with us at the same exact time. Again, I won't go any further than that, but I'm gonna leave it at that. All right, let's smash the work. Like I give you a decent example. Like when my students were getting upset about the amount of I was right, like some years back, my students were getting upset about the amount of like new testing that they were forcing upon the kids and on my state or whatever, like in my state. And when the like they were getting upset about it, and like I was more upset for them. I'm like, bro, I'm just as mad as you are about this. Like you think I really want to sit there and spend my time teaching you how to take this really like dumb tests that the school board have no idea like what they're doing? Like I'm just as mad as you are. Like I don't want to give this to you. Like if I could not give this to you, I would. I would just like not. I don't have a choice. Like I'm with you. Like we arguing the point for you. We don't want you to have to do this. We're on your side. You know what I'm saying? The kids may not know that, but like, yeah, we're on your side. But we're the bad guys because we have to administer the test. We have to give it to them and grade. So we are all of a sudden the bad guys. But we aren't responsible for the rules in place in which, the entire state has to abide by. We're just we just have to prepare you to take, to be able to pass said tests. So we got to do things we don't want to do, just like you have to sit through things you don't want to sit through. And fortunately for me, though, I think my students like me enough to where I can say stuff like that to them, and they're not gonna like go like rat me out or whatever like that, and be like, "Yo, doc, doc, I said, such and such." Usually, I'm just like, "Look, y'all, I think this is dumb too. Just being 100% honest. 1-to-1, real talk. This is stupid. However, if you just deal with me, and let's just go ahead and get this out the way, we can go back to doing our normal stuff. Deal?" And they're just like, "Yeah, okay, cool." So they work with me because they know I feel their pain. But most teachers can't do that. I'm not gonna say all teachers can do that, but because they'll just get fired if the student repeats that thing per se. But sad thing. But yeah, it just yeah. And very surprised a lot of people don't understand or see that. Yeah. Ooh, finally, I got the triple on the trick attacks. That's actually major, considering that this is gonna be on a helm on every build. So sweet. I would never thought you were a teacher. When do I sleep? Barely, rarely, I guess. I usually end up napping after I get home, which is what happens. So like I'll sleep and then I'll nap. Oh, sorry, I'll work and then I'll nap and then I'll, you know, get up, eat, stream, kind of rinse and repeat. So like my sleep schedule is more like military style, where like I sleep for like 3 hours, 4 hours, go to work, get off, sleep for 2 hours, rinse and repeat kind of thing. It's not I will say it's not healthy. Cause I also have another gig outside of this too as well, and I'm also married, so it's like it's a lot to juggle out. Let's just say that much. Yeah, what do I teach? I teach music at a high school, but I also teach not just like the band related stuff, but also like music theory and things. So that's why when I talk about the whole testing thing, that's kind of mostly where that's coming from. What's interesting is that like obviously the school board has nobody in like there that understands anything about art programs or the arts, I guess you could say. So it's good and bad. Bad because sometimes they'll try to force things upon you in your classroom to try to make whatever you're doing more relevant, which they don't really need to do that. But two, it also means that because they don't know a lot about what we do, we kind of can get away with things that my other teacher colleagues cannot. So there is that too. This is awesome. What kind of music is your specialty? I mean, if I had to say specialty, I'd probably say jazz, but like a lot of my work is actually usually with the after school programs, like the after school competitive programs like marching band or indoor percussion. I deal mostly with the percussionist and anything as well. That's like two band directors. You'll like in most schools you have like your band director and you have like your percussion director. And then maybe you also have your color guard director as well if it's like your marching band programs or your indoor programs. Because obviously the band director, like the guy who normally does the wins, we call it wins, I guess you could say, don't know, are not good in those fields or whatever. Like I can and I do teach band too as well, but my specialty is percussion. So if I can just do percussion all day, I would. But obviously that's not really a thing. At least not where I live at. If I was to move to Texas or something like that, or California, then maybe, or Indiana. You have a feeling you worked as a producer? The Avant Jazz musicians for a decade. Wow. Okay. Cool, man. That's cool. Yeah, jazz is definitely my favorite. The freedom of expression. You're always on so late. But for me it's like 9:25 p.m. right now. But usually I guess usually I'm on like I probably start my stream like an hour from now sometimes. So it just depends on what I have to do like during the day. Like if I have to get things done earlier, then I tend to have to like start my stream a little bit later, unfortunately. Have I thought about moving abroad to teach? Not really. I think earlier on, when I was teaching earlier on, I did have thoughts about like where I wanted to teach. But I think as I've been doing it more and more, it's kind of hard to kind of leave what I've established here in a sense. I know that might, you know, probably sound a little bit weird because it's like, you know, your career comes first, but sometimes I also look at it, you know, whereas like where am I guess where am I needed the most right now? And I think where I'm at right now definitely needs like someone like me in this area per se. And I hate the district. I absolutely hate the district I work for. God, I hate the district. But at the same time, it's like I know what it's like to not have. You know what I mean? And like, you know, to have to you get someone else to come in for the area to teach something and they're not passionate about, or they don't really too much care about it as much, or not as passionate about it, or just doesn't really have the motivation to really take it to the next level or anything. Despite obviously the low pay or whatever, like that sucks for the kids, right? And I know what it's like, and it's just hard for me to kind of pull away from that and just go like, well, you know, yeah, it sucks, but you know, oh well, kind of thing. Like I don't want to be that person, even if it is better for me. I'll just put it this way: like I'm definitely happy with what I'm doing with, you know, where I am in a sense. But I've had offers to go to different states and even teach at a university at one point. Even though I don't have a master's or a doctor's degree, but obviously if I did go teach at university, I have to go get it while I'm teaching. But the fact that I got offered without having those credentials was actually like pretty freaking cool. Like, but yeah. Getting that seniority is also important to future-proof yourself. Also got to think about the wife too as well. So like that's the thing. Like, you know, because if I uproot, then she will have to as well, and that becomes a whole different topic. Joseph Percush, Henry Drake, yes. When Jay, wow, you calling me out? Does university by any chance collabs with Ours for Ours? No. Nah. Nope. That's right. I can't masterwork any of those things that aren't unique, son. I feel like since I spent so much time trying to get the gear, I'm like already like kind of like not tired, but like how do I put it? Like thankfully some of this gear will mostly just transfer over to other builds I play too, so I can't test rapid fire on a PTR apparently. Scoundrel's case is still disabled for whatever reason that is. Agile? Put it. I want movement speed. There we go. There we go. Whatever is fine. That works. This needs to be I guess ultimate damage or double damage is fine.
Not bad. What will it
Testing PTR feels snappy. Definitely more damage for rogues. Dude, Rain of Veils right now is just is ridiculous. I don't know if you were able to catch my stream yesterday. But yeah, I was able to like speed farm, at least on Eternal Realm on the PTR, speed farm 115s in like 3.5 minutes on Rain of Veils. Quite nutty. I don't think any other RoA builds are even like kind of like close to that right now. But I will say I wasn't really a fan of any of the victimized setups. This is a good master word. That's cool. I wasn't a fan of any of the other setups, victimized setups. Like Heartseeker felt like I got like about roughly a 3-tier buff, I think maybe. The victimized with the clone, also chipping in for some victimized lucky hit explosions or whatever, or at least backlogging the damage. But the problem was on Barrage especially, it felt like it wouldn't even upgrade at all. It felt like very streamlined when I used the clone with the victimized Barrage. And I assume it's just because like the and then I seen what was it? I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. And like the clone doesn't really hit the totem, or doesn't know how to hit the totem usually, because it just randomly just, you know, spawns whenever it feels like, or it shoots wherever area it wants to or whatever. So like it doesn't really hit the totem, and most of your damage from victimized Barrage comes from hitting or having a totem around as well. So Peach. It's just, yeah, victimized Barrage just kind of felt kind of bad. So honestly, I'm almost considering if things, I don't know, like obviously this is PTR, I think things will change when, you know, when live comes out or whatever, right? But if I'm basing anything off the PTR so far, I don't know if I will build into any victimized builds for like the main build. Heartseeker felt great with close quarters combat. Like that felt good. Like when I built it that way, when I went pure damage, that felt really good. I was very surprised how good that felt. And it also just outperformed victimized Heartseeker for sure.
Yo, dark side, we just got raided, son.
Maxroll.
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy, out.
Macro by a boy raided my stream with 86 viewers.
What is up, good sir? How are you doing? I have been playing Slot Machine for basically the past 3 hours here. We have actually sort of gone from one part of slot machining, which is the PTR vendor, to now the... Wait, why is the skeleton right here? Yo, why is the skeleton right here? Wait, why is there a skeleton, like a half a skeleton right here? All right, well anyways, we go from one slot machining to now the other part of slot machining, which is to actually, like, you know, fit the gear, make the gear actually work or whatever. That's a wish power for somebody. Okay, I'm like, what? Am I excited for season 7? Mostly. Or do you think I play PoE2 instead? I mean, I could be excited for PoE. I could be excited for season 7 and be excited for PoE2.
What will it be?
I know that's not people's first thought, but like,
Come back if you need work.
I'm excited for both. So I'll be playing PoE2 on Friday. Like, which one do you think you're main? I have no idea. I have to play PoE2 to know. Because I'm more of a gameplay combat type person that is usually interested, like usually like combat and gameplay is like number 1 for me. So like I don't know if I'm gonna like something until I actually play it. Like your game can have everything. Your game can have everything else. Literally everything else. in the world. But if your gameplay, your combat doesn't, catch me, then I don't care about all the other stuff that you have. So for me, the combat looks great right now from the videos and things. So that's why I am interested in trying it. But I can't tell you if it's going to be a main or not until I actually play it. I'm generally not one of those people that will make a lot of claims and then later on it ends up not aging well, like most people did in Last Epoch. Remember all those people back in February saying that Last Epoch was going to dominate D4 and also Path of Exile. It's going to be like the game that kind of mixes both of those together and be like the ultimate game or whatever. Not too hard at Path of Exile, but not nearly as casual like D4, and it's got all these different builds you can play and stuff like that. Remember all that? Remember that? Yeah, how it was going to be like the next, big thing in the genre, and people just weren't going to play other games. Yeah. Look at that now. Right? Like stuff like that just doesn't age well. And they were saying that before like Last Epoch launched, right? Like before it launched, they were saying that. And then of course, like after the first week, they were still saying that. First week, 2 weeks or like that. It's like, oh, this is this. And then like literally like a month later, some change later, that's just kind of it. Nuance in this economy was I know it's crazy, right? But the plan honestly is to try to play both. I want to play both. I want to have another, because like realistically speaking, there is no action RPG. There is not a single action RPG out there right now, or any action RPGs in the future. That includes Path of Exile 2, Path of Exile 3, Path of Exile 5, D7, whatever. Last Epoch 4, a couple of new action RPGs. It doesn't matter. There's never enough content to keep someone playing, there's never enough to do to keep someone playing for an entire season, entire 3 months of a season. It just doesn't happen. You're going to get bored of said thing. At some point, some people get bored faster than others, but very rarely do you see people play the entire 3 months of a season or a league or whatever your season, or whatever your 3 month mechanic or thing that you do is. So there's going to be downtime no matter what game I play. And the idea is hopefully I can kind of play one game while the other game is in this downtime. And when that game is in this downtime, this season is starting for this game, I play that. And that's kind of what I want to do. That's what I'm hoping happens. Again, I don't know what's going to happen, but that's what I hope happens. Yeah, you just don't I already know that's gonna be the case for Path of Exile 2 as well. So like, obviously early access, there's gonna be a lot of hype. Most people, I don't say most, but people are probably gonna, like, your more dedicated players are gonna blast throughout all of December on Path of Exile early access and whatnot, right? And then eventually that's gonna taper off because until they add more things in the early access stuff, people are gonna be like, okay, I had my fun. That was great. That was a great, 400 or 500 hours of blasting or whatever like that. Then you kind of just move on to like the next thing until more things come out. It's just like that's the natural order. Yeah, I want something else to like really chew on while Diablo 4 is like in this downtime, and also vice versa. So whatever it is I want to chew on, whether that's Path of Exile 2, whether that's Monster Hunter Wilds, whether that's some other game over like that, I want to be able to have something to do and not have to kind of like deal with the downtime, if that makes sense. What's my favorite season of D4 so far? Honestly, probably season 5. I really loved Inferno Horrors in season 5. A lot. Like a lot. Okay, so we got tempers here. Ton of masterwork. Favorite build? That's hard. Between Heartseeker and Reign of Arrows, I'd probably it'd be one of those two. Used to be rapid fire for a long time until they kind of changed the unique, or well, not changed, sorry, until they added the unique ring. But I'm gonna leave it at that. Appreciate the follows, yeah. That's a pretty LOL masterwork, but that's okay. Okay, utility. I guess we'll do. I guess barrier generation for utility is fine. Bingo. We'll do armor percent here. Yeah, I'm excited, bro. Way more excited for PoE2, but I also expect I'll be playing both. I do think season 7 will be better than season 6 for sure. Like, it's kind of hard to be worse than season 6 in terms of a seasonal mechanic. I think some of the changes are actually kind of cool. The thing that really worries me about Diablo 4 that they haven't addressed in going into season 7 is the content itself. Not that I think the content is bad, but more so that there's so many bugs in the content right now. Pit is not in a great state at all. Infernal Horrors have a lot of boons that are useless. Curious Undercity no longer has that adrenaline factor that you can actually fail, and most of the tributes are quite useless. Like, none of that has really been addressed going into season 7, and I think to me that's bothersome, because it's like I'm getting all these cool stuff, new toys, armory, all that stuff. It's like, it's good. Like, all those things are good, but I'm doing those things. I'm using those new toys in the same environment that needs a lot of help, if that makes sense. So I'll be excited to play around with the new toys and stuff like that, but I'm going to be quickly reminded of why I hate doing higher level pits, or why I feel like Infernal Horrors, which is one of my favorite game types to play, feels rather underwhelming or unrewarding when you don't get the right boons, and then you just kind of it gets rinse and repeat from there. So that's my concern. Clover with the sub. With Jay, what's up? Infernal Horrors was awesome. Yes, it was. I'm personally waiting for 2 Point Hospital museum game to come out next year. I was going to say, what is it about? And then you say museum game. Any Renavero planners by chance for PTR? Nah. Because things are going to change, obviously, after PTR. So I tend to not do build guides or anything like that based on things that are not going to be permanent or going to make it, maybe, possibly. Not only that, but the rotation right now of Reign of Arrows is actually quite difficult. And so if I did a planner without explaining to you how to actually play the build, then it's going to feel awful. It's going to feel bad, because you can't just go in and play it the way that you used to play it. Well, I guess you could technically, but you're like, if you were watching me play it and then I did a planner and you try to mimic that, but instead do like a 1-to-1 ratio like it used to back in season 6 or whatever. Season 5. Then no, season 6. Yeah. Then you're gonna be like 10 tiers out of damage per se. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's something I like. Random Roses it's something I kind of want to be able to explain. So I want to make a guide or whatever talking about it at some point. Just not in the PTR. Besides bug fixes, what do you think Diablo 4 needs to stay interesting? Different progression systems in general. I mean, I know Path of Exile is around the corner, so that's a great example to use. But just in general, I think Pit is the only. I'll put it this way: Pit is the only carrot we have right now, right? Like, think about it. So when people are asking if a build is good, they're asking if they're asking one thing, and that is, can it do 100 plus pits? Right? They don't care if it does Infernal Horrors or it does Nightmare Dungeons or it does World Boss or Legions or any of that stuff. Like they don't care if it does that, because most builds, almost all builds, can technically do those things eventually. They care if they can do 100 plus pits, right? And they might not even do 100 plus pit. They just want to know that they have a build that can reach that high, because there are people who just don't want to, fish and whatever to try to do those things, because pushing pits is a horrible activity, by the way. It's terrible to do. So not everyone is going to do that, but they just want to know that their build can do that. Like, it's that strong to do it. But that's the only measuring stick we have in this game. And the one measuring stick that we have is not very good. So how do you have longevity with your content long term, in your end game, if the only progression system is a terrible system that doesn't even have a leaderboard or anything attached to it? Thank God it doesn't, because there's a lot of bugs to it. But like, that's the only thing that can measure your character's worth. That's it. So like, we need other things that people might care more about to be like, how does this do on like super duper Omega Infernal Horrors or something? Or, how does this do on like, on, I don't know, like, like, you know what I'm saying, right? Like, you get what I'm saying. Like, it just, Pit is really not a good way to showcase our character in a sense, but that's all we have, so that's what we do. And that kind of sucks the sale out of it, because you spend all this time, really, like you spent all this time and gold on gear and stuff like that to realize that you hate doing pits higher up, but that's it. That's all you got. That's all you got. So it's like, oh well damn, all right, well, all that time I spent for me to really dislike the one progression content that's there, like, yeah, that's a problem. It's a pretty massive problem. But I will not say this though, because people kind of like say this too, and I have to disagree with it. It's not that the game doesn't have end game. Like, there is an end game. There is end game content. Yeah, end game does exist. Yeah, there's many different activities you can do, but the end game is horizontal progression, not vertical progression. Meaning, basically, you're experiencing it with no challenge that makes you want to get better gear to beat said thing. So it's horizontal progression in terms of getting mats to do the one vertical progression you have, which is pits. And none of that really sounds exciting for a lot of people in this game. So, end game is there. It's just mostly horizontal, and you're racing through it with no resistance. And they don't do anything with it, basically. You know what I'm saying? So like, I just feel like there just need to be more avenues for people to test their character and gear. Legit. If we had that, I think, and also bug fixes. Obviously, bug fixes is a very big thing for me. But 2.0 is a new version of that game from the 90s. Insane Asylum, management game. Now they have Hospital University. Oh, okay, soon. I've heard. Okay, so I've heard of it. I never dove into it, but I've heard of it. Yeah. Maybe 2028 they add greater risk. Alright, Cascade, yo. Cascade. I have not seen you in forever. How you been, man? What you been up to, man? Like I legit have not seen you in like a bit. Just dropped by to ask the D4 endgame progressions. Oh, well, I guess I just kind of went over that. Just kind of went over that. I mean, honestly, Diablo 3 was kind of the same thing. It was just more streamlined. It just had greater risks were arguably more fun than pits, even though we complain about greater risks in Diablo 3. But it's funny because we complain about it so much in Diablo 3, but then yet in D4 people would rather do greater risks, and we're just talking about how much fun that was. It's kind of weird. See, Decoy remembers. Yeah, we used to complain so much about greater rifts, and then like most of the D4 audience, who played D3 in the past, is like, why can't this be greater rifts? And I'm like, didn't you hate greater rifts back then? Like, didn't people complain about the greater rifts? Like, why? Granted, don't get me wrong, pits are even worse than greater rifts. Do not get me wrong. That is true. I just find it quite hilarious that, we really thought greater risks were bad until we play pits, right? Aren't pits basically rifts? I mean, kinda, but I'll put it this way: the way Diablo 3 did greater rifts is better than the way Diablo 4 did pits. It's a similar concept, but it's not exactly the same. But it did take Diablo 3 years to be able to have like greater rifts be mostly for people to feel okay about doing them. I put it that way, like, or repeating them over and over again. It took years. So like Blizzard did not get greater risk right in the first try, just like Diablo 4 isn't getting pits right in the first tries either. It just took years. I'm hoping pits don't take years before it gets into a better state, but let's not forget too that Diablo 3's pits or GRs were even worse than pits starting off. We had trial keys and that was awful. I think the fishing is works in GR. Bad map, no fast pylon, all reset reasons. You think? Let me provide a counter argument for that, because you're not wrong. Okay, I will say that the experience of playing a good map with a good mob type is considerably more exhilarating and a better experience when you finally get it versus Diablo 4's pits. There's zero difference between playing a push pit and Diablo 4 on the way to the boss, even the boss fight itself, than doing speed pits. It's the exact same thing. There's no strategy. There's very little skill expression because you're literally just standing on top of the mobs until they die. And then you're tanky enough you have to build. Most people are just tanky enough to just literally ignore the boss moves or whatever. People just ignore them and just stand on top of it for the boss for like 10 minutes. But just like GRs, you do have to fish for the right boss, which is the unfortunate part, right? The right boss and also the right map or whatever. But when you do get the good scenario it's not nearly as exciting as it was in Diablo 3 with greater rifts. Like there's very little skill expression. You can't tell who did what. And I can and thing about it is that if someone cleared a high G or a high level pit, I can tell you exactly how they did it before even watching it. I can sit there and like someone can say, "Oh, yo, this guy just cleared a 170, pit or whatever like that, and there's only 150 tiers in the game, but somehow he did a 170." And I can tell you exactly how it went. Oh, so he just went from elite to elite, stand on top of him, killed him, and then found Spirit Caller and just did the normal stuff, right? Is that how that worked? He ignored all mechanics because he was tanky enough. He just kind of sat there, right? And then he cleared. Is that how that went? And he'd be like, yeah, how'd you know? Because it's all the same. It's all the same. So don't get me wrong. I hate fishing in both games. It just felt way more exciting to clear a good map, good mob type, with good strategy versus the way it is in Diablo 4. I put it that way. That's why I think pits are worse than greater rifts. Because I do remember, at least in Diablo 3, you can watch someone play a build in greater rift pushing, and you can almost tell who played that build. Like you can watch someone play UE multi-shot and push and be like, oh, that must either be one of these 3 players because they play like this with Hex and Pants. Like because there's skill expression involved, and you know how they navigate the runs, the rifts, how they stutter step, how they move around, the decisions they make. You can tell that there's a difference between someone who knows what they're doing versus someone who doesn't. Diablo 4, do you have the gear to do it? Yes or no? Do you have Korean gear? Yes or no? That's it. Legit, that's it. Oh, and of course, obviously, did you fish enough? Just like, Diablo 3 in that case. If Ibarra's statement that the timeline between installments won't be as long as is to be believed, do you think D4 would get a major endgame overhaul, or would they just implement what they've learned in D5 instead, or both? That's actually a very good question. That's a very, very good question. I'm gonna be honest with you, just inquisitive. It might. And I know this is probably going to sound really like not cool, maybe, but in my opinion, I think D5, I think in my opinion, it might be best for them to kind of like start putting all their eggs into the next installment of the game. And the reason why I say that is because the amount of issues that Diablo 4 went through in terms of the development cycle, the development in general, they've run through so many issues. That like I'm surprised the game even came out at the time frame that it did and it actually functioned. For the first 6 years, people hated the bot, like hated the leaders. Absolutely hated the people who were in charge. Like people hated going to work. Imagine hating going to work on a game for 6 years, for almost 6 years straight, where you legit, like the morale was so low. And then you had like the whole Blizzgate happened, of course, as you know. Then of course COVID happened, which made things like much harder to be able to work on a project that large. There was a lot of trouble with the development. So a lot of the coding stuff we have right now, where we have like a bunch of bugs everywhere, I almost guarantee you it's because of the fact that there's been many different people, or quite a few people that has been working on different types or working on the code that weren't the originators of it. So people having to take over someone else's code who also probably got fired to take over someone else's code who probably left because of what was going on with Blizzard management with the Blizzgate, who then probably had to take over that code. And that probably explains why there's a jillion spaghetti bugs that are in the game currently. So the development cycle, the development history was very hostile for Diablo 4. And I almost think that some of these problems are probably just rooted and you can't really do too much about it. You might need to just, I don't say start from scratch, but kind of be like, okay, you know, the people are allowed, the bad management, I said bad management, let me phrase that. I'm pretty sure there's still bad management there. The bad game directors, let me phrase it that way, are gone. You know, the leads are gone that were causing a lot of issues or who were misogynistic and all the other stuff. I can even tell you, I could tell you stories about the campaign and how that got rewritten like 2 or 3 times. And it had to be rewritten because they were sexualizing Lilith, basically. And the females were not happy about that. Like the way that they were sexualizing Lilith in a sense in the campaigns. Some of the writers were not happy about. Especially with how they talk. I don't know if you guys have seen the video of like one girl getting demeaned and or getting like thrashed in the audience because she asked about like, you know, can Sylvanas wear more like, you know, have more outfits that isn't necessarily as sleazy or whatever. And like the Blizzard devs at the time or the leads at the time kind of made fun of her in a really bad way. I mean, like it was bad. It was real bad. But like that's what they, you know, that's what was, you know, normalized, I guess, at the time. But anyways, point being is that like I think it's just going to require a lot more work to kind of like maybe possibly not do this whole open world map thing, which was a ton of work. Like this is a ton of work to really not be utilized much, and people are really not liking the open world aspect. Don't get me wrong, this is a beautiful world. Like if you actually just like take your horse and walk around with like that, like on like the highest graphic settings, the art team did a phenomenal job with how the stuff looks. But imagine how much work it took to be able to kind of make this happen for people to really not engage with most of this at all. Like we don't even go to these places because we teleport to these places now, whereas before we had to actually run to them, and the events were like really skimpy. Like I'm pretty sure they would make different decisions going forward. Probably no open world. Let's be honest. Yeah, I just think that like yeah, pretty much just incredible. So if I had to take a guess, I'd probably almost say that resources are probably being more managed going on to the next project, because there's considerably too many things here that they're gonna have to sit there and like, you know, why fix per se, or why do like big fixes when you can just not include them in the next installment, if that makes sense. D5 is looking for the D6. I'm just being honest though. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe they can pull out some sort of a banger. I literally said maybe the game just needs to have like a season of the bug fix, where literally they fix all bugs and that's all they focus on. Like the entire game is just fixing on bugs or whatever. Obviously that won't make the game or the company any money. Right? It'd be like, you know, but it would make for a significantly better game. But I don't know. Will we get Mephisto in Diablo 5? Will we get Diablo in Diablo at any point? Or some sort of reference to Diablo-ish? Because you know, it is Diablo, right? And we haven't really seen Diablo in quite a bit. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I don't mind the storyline with Mephisto being like the main dude, right? Like, I don't mind that at all. But like, you know, it is Diablo, right? And just saying. I mean, like, just a thought. I just, you know. Annual expansions, we're getting all of them for sure, but how many expansion packs is it? Unknown. Yeah, I don't know. Like I don't know. I do hope for the best for Diablo 4 for sure. But it gets harder and harder every season to really feel good about some of the things in the game. So I really hope the higher ups kind of, you know, get shaken up a little, at least a little bit by, or a lot of it by Path of Exile's like popularity right now. And, you know, part of it is just the fact that Path of Exile it's just a really good brand, and they have a lot of like momentum behind what's going on because they done right by their customers, by the consumers, right? So like I'm really hoping that like that does enough for like some of the management teams or whatever to kind of just be able to give the devs a red light. You know, hey, let them do what they need to do to make the game better, instead of like whatever they feel like needs to be trickled down and be like, oh yeah, this is good enough. You know, yeah, we'll fix that in 2 seasons, or you know, we'll give them what they want in 3 seasons or whatnot. No, I mean let the devs go ham, man. They'll be giving drift feed content, I bet. Sure. So thank you for a very balanced viewpoint. It's refreshing these days. It seems people are more likely to get out of the way, to be on some side of a barricade. I I try to be I'm gonna say neutral per se. Everybody's biased. Everybody has some like inkling of bias. You know, like no one's 100% like, you know, neutral in a sense. But I do try to be fair about the assessment. Like I'll say when when things are bad, I will say they're bad. When they're good, I'll say they're good. I try not to I don't really over exaggerate the issues or the positives per se. Because I just don't think it's fair. But I also do like to put blame where I think blame is deserved. And so like in this case scenario, I just don't really think it's really the devs. Or I'll put it this way, I'm mostly sure it's really not just the devs. I will say when it comes to some, like the amount of some changes, like maybe like the percentage value of a change or something like that, you can probably be like, yo, bro, all right, I don't know what you were thinking about only buffing this skill for like 2%. Like, were you on one that day or something? Or like, you know, like, come on. But like some of the bigger changes is just really out of the devs' hands, and that sucks sometimes. Lies, you're biased against TV. No comment. I would neither confirm or deny that statement.
I can take common, turn it special.
But I will say this, Olga, having having a balanced viewpoint does not get the clicks, does not get the views. Drama gets the views. I'm gonna rush to do tax B here. It's just taking me way longer than I was expecting to get this up. I'm almost 4 hours into it, and I have yet to kill a single thing. I guess we can just do that, I guess. No, I kind of want to do... kind of need to do that, though. Yeah, I kind of need to. And here, I guess, is... I guess I won't do Dex, but I'll do attack speed here. Oh, let's get the Dex first, though. What am I cooking up? I'm just trying to put builds that I was playing yesterday onto seasonal and be able to use the wish powers, because I have yet to use any wish powers. So I don't even know what most of them, like I've read them, but I don't really know like what they, like all of them do. So we're about to start experimenting that with the build that I've already played already. So it's kind of like, I know how the build feels without the wish powers. I need to know how the build feels with wish powers now, in a sense. So that's what I'm trying to do now. Starting with Rain of Arrows, because that's what I played a good bit yesterday. But I've done so far. Yesterday I've done Rain of Arrows. I've done Victimized Barrage, Heartseeker Barrage, Heartseeker Close Quarters Combat, which is actually one of my favorites. Close Quarters Combat, Blaze Shift. Kind of really it. So that those 5 setups. What I want to do is Close Quarters Combat Barrage, Combo Point Precision Barrage. Won't do any rapid fire this patch, this PTR, because the ring is disabled. Pin shot, precision pin shot. I think those are the only 3 I think that I have not done that I need to touch up on. Rain of Arrows seems sweet. This is fun from what you've seen. But what I recommend for season 6 at the moment for RoA, like an all-around build, Rain of Arrows for sure. Like literally Rain of Arrows. Am I gonna run Merc and PoE2? I'm gonna go Ranger. Ranger feels like more like my style. Considering what's happening with with Blizzard for a decade, I wager that the technical debt is worth more than the company. Oh man. I did alpha and beta and play start, and from the start I asked for a room worse, and they gave us room worse from wish.com. Yeah. The room words were okay. I feel like room words was just a way to make the kind of like the older D2 audience like happy. I don't really think that they're really that impactful. I mean, I guess it beats having regular gems in there. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like they can do a little bit more with them, and like they've been trying to do a little bit more each time, but. Trying to figure out what runes did I run on this. It's Pac, right? Pac was it Pac? Pacom, right? Yeah, Pacom. So Pac. And then it was Cervix. No, I didn't do Vex anymore. I think I did Watt. Mott, not Watt. Mott. Yeah, there's Mott. Okay, so there's that. Dex. Roll Dex on that. Renevil's Flurry. No Flurry. Oh, sorry. In season 6, yes. Season 6, yes, for Flurry. Flurry is not, that doesn't do any damage. It's Renevil's that does all the damage. But Flurry provides a lot of like support stuff, and it can teleport you. So like it gives you a lot of cool things. But Flurry itself doesn't do any damage. Do I have a build guide I could check out? Yeah. Since you're on my YouTube channel, like literally on my YouTube. So check out my YouTube page. I have a Renevil's build guide there for you, video form. If you don't want to do the video form, I have a written build guide. Hold on, let me copy this real quick. So you can see it on YouTube. There you go. You can check that out. So the first link is the video. The second link is the written Maxroll guide. Yeah, man, you're welcome. Wait, was this tab always here? The jewelry crafting or what? Is this new? Is it any good? That's probably the question I need to ask. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. I did not know that was a thing. Shots. Turned down for what? Y'all heard it, man. Turned down for what? What's looking new and cool for Rogue? I'm gonna say new. It's hard to say what's new yet because I think we only had access to the PTR vendor today, and I don't think anyone's really been able to try anything crazy out of the ordinary. But in terms of internal realm is concerned, Renevil's is doing some real work. 115s in 3 minutes now. With good gear, of course. Really strong. Renevil's feels a bit different too in terms of how to play it. Victimize feels to be kind of going along the wayside. Like it's really not doing well, at least from the ones I played. Close quarters combat's actually not doing too bad though. So I think honestly Heartseeker and Barrage might be built more towards close quarters combat in the future. Possibly. You said try it for us? Okay. I guess they're all the same thing, right? You just uses a different map, so. All right. Yeah, okay. Well, that was uneventful. But at least we can do it now. I guess we have reasons to we have reasons to use our chip gems now, whatever, so. Hopefully it might make amulets or finding amulets actually like easier. Hey, okay. Wait, where'd all my gear go? Wait, where'd all my gear go? Did y'all see that? Like literally my gear just like disappeared. Like the amulets all disappeared. I was like, wait a minute. I swear I dropped like 5 amulets. Just don't forget to use a new occult gem for joy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get ready to do that right now. Or after I do the whatchamacallit here. So we're gonna go here. Finish up the glove. It's a real armor here, actually. Or attack speed. Or all-res. All-res actually wouldn't be a terrible thing. It'll be an either or, so it doesn't really matter. Here, though. I'm gonna do armor here, though. Just my armor is like literally at 0. Game says you have nothing. Okay, so all right, so these are the things here. Actually, hold on, wait. Let me make sure I re-rolled everything first before I. Yeah, it looks like I did. Okay. Okay, so we have to have the gear for a build now. Finally. All right, so now let's talk about these things. Just I don't know what any of these are. Oh, it gives you armor and all resistance. That's actually quite good. I think that's gonna have to make it a little easier to cap going forward. All right, but what do I want though? So all of these are basically potency, basically, right? I pick one of these to make whatever is non-unique. Okay. Which powers increase to 40% increased damage. Well, actually, wait a minute. I probably need to do this first, right? Let's actually like put this together. Because I legit haven't looked at this yet. What would your thoughts be on mythic unique gems or rune words? Potentially both. I mean, I don't see why not. I think rune words probably should stay the way they are, but I do think maybe unique gems actually might be kind of cool. Personally. Okay, so here we go. Don't like that one. Damage carry visit each time it's echoed. X of Flames deal 40 additional fire damage each time you deal damage to a target. That's called the target to explode. Deal a lot of damage to nearby. I always crit though. Free barrier. All damage is guaranteed to be critical strikes. There's an ultimate one. I think I will like. I haven't got to that yet, but lasts for 30 seconds. Has a 30-second cooldown. You're looking forward to having an armory for builds. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That was like one of the most important things for me this season, because I play a bunch of different rogue builds, and I like to swap between them for different. Like I like now that I can swap between them for different content. That'd be great, because like there's some things I don't want to do with some builds and other content I'd rather do something else with. So now I can do that. Yeah. I'm excited for that. The frog looks like a good as increasing your primary step by 1%. As long as enemies are nearby. I gotta actually see these effects. Like, I'm just looking at them. And I'm like, sure they do something. But it's like I don't know what they actually do because I haven't seen it. This is nice. Breath of the Coven. The size of your order effects are increased by 97 to 79%. Each enemies inside your order takes 35% bonus critical strike damage. That's an additive. That actually, if the plus sign is what I think it is, then this actually wouldn't look too good for precision builds, even though like it looks that way. Renderville is great speed farm. It's great for speed farming like hits or whatever. But when it comes to like nightmare dungeons and like and Helltide, the problem is that like a lot of times you're like trying to go from one pack to another pack to another pack, and so your Rendervilles are still killing behind you. But in nightmare dungeons, you have to go pick up the masterwork and mass. You have to go backtrack and pick up the mass or whatever. Right. Whereas in Pit or Infernal Horrors, you don't have to do that. So you can just blast and go. So because of the delayed attack or whatever, it makes it not as smooth in Helltide or Nightmare Dungeons. So for like that kind of content, I'd probably just go Heartseeker or Flurry or something. For like Helltide and Nightmare Dungeons. And then I'll do Rain of Veils for everything else. Like that's an example. Like I'd be able to switch back and forth between that. That's a Piranha. I don't know. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go into the overshot because like I'm looking at them, and I feel like I just have to kind of just like play them, like just put one on one by one and be like, this is what it does, and just activate them with a skill of some sort. How does dance feel for chill content and speedrunning stuff? Super chill. Super chill. Like very, very chill. It's spin the win, so spin the win is like real chill. Always real chill. Sorry for ancestrals is still bad, yeah. It is. By the way, Peacha, the thing that you sent me in the DM, I did get confirmation about. I won't say confirmation about it, but like they know, or they know now, or they confirmed that they looked at it, or that they're looking into it. There's time for us to learn which powers. Yeah, I think yeah. I'm gonna go do that, but before I do that, let me go take a stroll real quick. I need to get up and stretch my legs. Be right back. Okay. All right. Giga chair. I'd like to really lean on clothes for a change. Yeah, it would be nice, right? Okay. How do you activate the powers per se? So then we have. Cause I don't know anything about it. I'm assuming. All right, so let's take a look at this. Summon. Or actually, what goes in here? I'm assuming it's one of the unique powers, I believe. Yeah. Okay. I see. Okay, so you only have one. Okay, so they just do the thing. Is attack speed removed from stats? I don't know. Shouldn't be. No, here it is. Attack bonus. Attack speed bonus. Is that what you were looking for? Wait, why did they stop? Every 3 seconds. Okay, wait a minute. So we got, so for 15 attacks and fire back. Okay. Gotcha. All right, let's go see what it actually does. Oh, that thing, stat sheet. Gotcha. All right, yeah. All right, let's do this. So we'll just kind of see what the things do. Even if I don't get to actually like put in my full builds today or whatever, I at least get a chance to see what stuff does. All right, so we got the. There we go. Do your thing. Do your thing. Okay. Okay, and it can stun. That's actually probably not a bad thing. For like maybe like if I need something that doesn't or if I don't have like chance to stun or whatever, or Fist of Fate. But alright, so that's the fire bats. This is abysmal resonance here. Every 250 resource spent. Okay, I can't spend any resources right now. At least not yet. I kind of want to do it like right now. But what's a good way to be able to do it in so we'll just go ahead and just put something together real quick. So therefore I can get down to this. So I can do the thing that the thing is telling me to do. Almost got my points used. Did that or something? I guess I don't really need that, but we'll do it anyways. All right, so we're gonna pull our Shard of Varathio, so we can spend energy. Hopefully I have enough resources to be able to sustain it. Cause I don't have my Starless Skies on me either. So you don't know when you hit certain kinds of web maps are working. Oh, that's okay. That's what you mean. First, I find tech and target them is more entertainment than 87 hours. 87 hours straight of PoE ascendancy videos. I mean, oh wait, did I plug it in? No, I didn't plug it in. That hurt. Okay. Hold up. Get back here. Ooh, that was a one shot. Of course, because I ain't got nothing on. Oof, that hurt. Okay. Well, that does the thing. So I get a pull at the end. Each explosion is triggered within 10 seconds of the last increases the size damage by 130% a second times. So this would be good for, well, yeah, if you don't have a pull, this is great. The third pull, third explosion pulls enemies. Where's you before detonating? I don't know about all that. Depends on the build. Oh, yeah, depends on the build. Kill them all. What's going on, man? You got a pocket barb. Yeah. We said waiver. Whoa, when damaging an enemy with your skills, waiver was an additional 38. 348 shadow damage. Type. Let's see what this does. All right, let's put this here. Might need to go somewhere else. Maybe we don't really need to go fight those things. Let's go somewhere like a lot less dangerous, or even change the world tier maybe. Since I don't have like all my stuff in Paragon like listed. Wait. Wait, did I do the thing? Let's see. Let's try it again. I see it now. I think I was expecting more of a visual thing than what I'm seeing. Do it again. Each time it's echo and guaranteed to echo at least 5 times. Make sure okay, so it really is just a on hit type thing. August effects. Okay, so there's only 4, 5, 6 Eldritch powers. Okay, this makes them this makes this all these effects a bit stronger. Okay. Maybe that Eldritch effects apply vulnerable damage for 90 enemies. 9 seconds. Okay, so you can make your bat or whatever, for example. We'll do this. Do that. Turn around, see what happens. Yep, there you go. And he's vulnerable now. Okay. Hex of Flames, you have about 60% chance. Oh, it's a lucky hit. Okay. That there. Okay. If you follow my D4 content, we'll follow you in PoE also. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'll be playing some PoE this Friday. Thanks to 40 additional fire each damage each time you deal damage to the target. Critical strikes. I think that might have to be kind of hard to use on crit builds because I always like I always crit. So with like Kyle and Nameless, that'd be kind of hard. Let's see, barrier here. There it is. That's a barrier. It's a pretty cool looking barrier. So this is this is actually this would be very good for wait a minute, game barrier for 5 seconds? But this seems to be like lasting longer than 5 seconds. Let me get hit or something. They reflect. Get a 5-second barrier. Yeah, but the barrier is like it's lasting for more than 5 seconds though. So I guess, I guess that makes sense. Because every 5 seconds you get a 5-second barrier. So you get it's up permanently until it like goes away. So honestly, this is really good for rapid fire. Like rapid fire builds, or like precision builds, like combo point builds or whatever. Struggle with keeping the barrier up. So this is I'm gonna say godsend, but this is really good for because then you can use like conceded, and then you actually have a barrier that's gonna like, you know, be able to help you with the dot stuff. Leggy, what's going on? You gonna play PoE2 when it comes out? Yeah. Found it. Can it reflect the ballista bolts? I guess we could try to find one and see what happens. I would assume so. Automatically link your life force. Hold on. Up to 3 nearby enemies, 3,000% of the damage you take is shared with the link's targets as physical damage. In addition, for 10 seconds after using the defense, Macabre or subterfuge skill, any damage should be a. Yeah, so I got this. So we'll use that. See what happens. Round. Hey, grabbing you. What's up? And I did such a few skill just now. How long is this link? Yeah, so it's gotta be, you gotta be pretty close for it. Good fire. Can I do a flurry build for PTR or for live? Let me read this again. I see. All right, link up. Okay, hit me. Okay, you weren't supposed to one-shot me. Let's see. For PTR. Honestly, I don't know if I'll be able to get to that point because I only have like one more day before Path of Exile 2 comes out on Friday. So if I can make it to Flurry, I will. But like, I'm gonna be honest, no promises. Okay, on to the next wish power. So where we at? Hex or Shattering. Probably should have moved. Alright, so what does it do again? Oh, damage done by my witchcraft effects. Okay, that makes sense. What's a witchcraft effect? Assume bats. So also hex too. Okay, so let's see what happens. Okay, so I see the little like blue thing above them. I assuming that's the power. Okay. Okay, yeah, causing them to do their deal 20. Okay, so that's what that little mark is. Okay, so anytime a wish power does damage, this as well makes them do 20% less damage. With random arrows, which is faster for clearing a higher pit, concealment or dark shroud, there really is no difference because neither of them really do damage. There really is no difference. It's just how do you want your defenses? Would you rather try to avoid more things with concealment, or would you rather be able to take bigger damage with dark shroud? Petrifying DT from Scoundrel's Leather still procking. When it's a bug now. Is it Pichu? Is it doing that or? Enemies near you, huh? Let's see. This is where we're at right now. It was working as of yesterday. Yeah, I guess it's not supposed to do that, but I don't know. It's not supposed to do it, I guess. Oh, okay, it's an aura. Okay, so this is an aura skill. Is it marked as an aura? It is marked as aura. Okay.
What is this?
Hey, guess what? You are going to be interrupted because I got this really magical thing. Oh, I guess you can't hit me because I'm like stealth, right? All right, here we go. Oh, okay. Well, maybe not that. Okay. I actually don't dislike this actually. I don't dislike it. I'll put it that way. I think isn't this something that it's not an Eldritch though. Or a psych. Okay. Squishy, yeah. I don't have my paragons or gems set up or whatever like that, so I'm not armor cap. I could just lower the torment, but I'm like way too lazy for that. These are all psych stuff still. Then we get to growth and decay. This is also an aura. What's this? First striking an enemy is affected with it. Oh, okay. I remember this one. Gain 2 primary resources second. Okay, so I won't be killing anything, but we'll see. Let's find the people who... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. I am getting whacked. Alright. Oh, I can do multiple of them. Actually, how many can I get? Okay, what else happens? For each enemy inside the aura, okay, you get to. Okay, so you definitely want to be close for that. Just pass them on the but okay, this is actually kind of cool. It like when I first read it, it was kind of lame, but now that I actually understand what it actually does, not bad. Today's no enemies can't target you in stealth, particularly with Nora. Okay. Some of the poison frog servant attacks and poisons pull things together. Okay. Hi, frog. Do your thing. Hey. Okay, I saw. Is he literally just like licking him? Or is he spitting? He's spitting and licking. Alright. Okay. The frog. That range is like huge from the frog. That's like crazy. And the taunt. Yeah, I can see the frog being like very popular. Look at that. It'd be great for victimized builds actually, because now I think about it, but or low AOE builds, or even rapid fire. Like rapid fire would enjoy that a lot. Rapid fire, twisting blades, Flurry would enjoy that a lot too. Will I be streaming PoE2? Yeah, I will. Usually you have to lick the frog to get distracted. He creates nifty graphical glitches. Maverick, what's going on? Okay, this is Soul Harvest. Downloaded the game from the first time, best class. On live, definitely Spiritborn. Or up as way, strongest class is Spiritborn. I'll put it that way. Yeah, for PoE2 launch. A lot of people are. A lot of people are. And for good reason. I gotta use the skill with the cooldown. Okay. You enjoy Demon Hunter with Monk. Okay, yeah, you'll like Spiritborn a lot. Playstyle wise too. Ooh. Okay. Primary stat increased. I'm at 1642 dex now, right? So wait for it to go away. See what it looks like. Wait, huh? 16, went from 16, went from 1535 to 1642. 1%. Okay, I was like 1. Okay, I was like 1. I thought it was like 1 per monster. I was just like, that seems really weird. It's 1%. Got it. All right. It's got a pretty big AOE though. I think you could probably just do dash or whatever. You said good morning, what am I testing today? I'm just looking at the seasonal powers right now, like just like using them because I haven't like seen them at all. Oh, it works on dash too. I can just literally just dash through and like gain stuff. Okay. Let's go boom. Right? Just like that. It's a pretty easy buff to get, even if you're not playing like super up close. New boots? No, these are beast wall right now. But I do have the new boots in my stash. If you don't have the DLC and like DH, probably Rogue is your best bet. Oh, you have the standard. Okay, yeah. Yeah, probably. Well, yeah, probably Rogue. If I tested it yet, well, no, because I just got it today from the PTR vendor. I couldn't find it yesterday when I was playing. Like it never dropped for me, so I haven't had a chance to test it yet because of that. Afterwards, so dealing damage to enemy effects, when an enemy affects them with Hex of Whispers that deals 6,000%. Sorry, 6,000 shadow damage the next time the damage is dealt. After bouncing into 6 enemies, the Hex bounce back to you, granting 240 fortify and removing all crowd control negative effects. Only be a 5 once every 5 seconds. When is it gonna bounce to me? Bounce to me though. It bounced to me. Hey, bounce to me. Oh, there it is. Okay, I did the fortify. That's actually kind of okay. Okay, I didn't see the bounce back to me part of things, but maybe I should change the torment here. Honestly, just I'm like really getting beat up over here. Calling Barrage Rogue guy, can you tell me how dexterity increased the damage from the devious flip? It doesn't. The only reason why, like, so like, if you're looking at the all points version, are you looking at the all points version of the Paragon board, like the 300 points, or are you looking at the end game Paragon setup? Because the endgame Paragon points or endgame Paragon setup should only have 40 decks just to activate the glyph, and that's it. The all points, I put a bunch of decks in there because, well, there's no other places to put points because you already have everything. So like that's why. So it's not it doesn't increase the glyph. It's just easy. It's very easy to get decks around that area. And so, like, where else would you put points at, if not just for more decks in general? That's all. That's actually kind of cool. It's a very easy way to get fortify. Okay. Where am I at? Hex of Whispers, okay. Decay. Okay, so let's do that in Bastion. Let me see what that looks like. How Hex works on the boss without ads. Okay, so it is doing damage over time. Wait, why did he freeze though? Yeah, how did he freeze? Yeah, he froze. Wait, how did he freeze? How and why did he freeze? I feel like one of those things have lucky hit or whatever. I'm just confused. I'm confused how he got frozen. Unless one of the skills has lucky hit. Or the whatchamacallit has lucky hit. So yeah. Yeah, how did it freeze? I'm almost thinking the poison over time is like counting as like lucky hit ticks or whatever. Something, but yeah, it has to be. They have to be triggering the lucky hit effects. Okay. I was going to say, I'm like, what? After casting an ultimate skill? Oh, what's up? Now we're speaking Rain Rail's language, kind of. Your servants, minions, and companions. Okay, well, never mind then, I guess. Are powered with dark magics, growing larger in size. That's our summons, yeah. I would assume so. Okay, so I cast an ultimate skill. And then maybe fire bats, ultimate with fire bats, and the fire bats become a lot stronger when I use that. Is that how that kind of works? The frog gets huge. The minion builds should be stronger in season 7, assuming any of us are still playing. Well, keep in mind the season 7 comes out what, January 20th. That gives people about a month, a little over a month and a half to kind of like play around with PoE2. I seriously doubt, like most leagues in PoE, like people don't play most leagues for longer than like maybe a month at most. I'm gonna have a hard time to see people blasting for a month and a half on PoE2 early access at that. To where you don't play anything else throughout the month of January going into February. I don't know, we'll see. If I just playing Rain Rails, I'm testing stuff now. Seasonal powers, just trying to see what they do. But I did play Rain Rails yesterday, but I need to play it. But like I actually played 5 builds yesterday. I played Rain Rails probably the most yesterday. Is it PoE2 is going to be an issue? Not really. If PoE2 is good, then that's great for the player base. Whether you like, if you like action RPGs, you want PoE2 to be good. It's just 600 hours and B3 early access, and that was only 1 of 3. You understand, die is the best. It's gonna wipe out everything. No else will be playing. Is Enduro still doo-doo? I haven't tried it yet. TJ, what's going on? Hey Dockside, PoE2, other than mention of couch co-op and 6-player group multiplayer. I've seen no mention of video of how multiplayer will be fun and meaningful like it is in D4. Your thoughts? I haven't been paying much attention to PoE2 content, to be honest with you. I haven't been watching a lot of videos. I'm trying to go in mostly blind so I can kind of get that new player experience and not, when I come across something, be like, oh my god, that's so cool, right? Versus like, I prepared for this for 150 hours. I know exactly what to do in a situation, right? Like, nothing wrong with that, but like, I don't get to just play action RPGs usually like from like scratch and having to like learn things on the fly, right? And so like I kind of want to have that experience. But with that being said, TJ, I have no idea how the multiplayer is going to be in Path of Exile 2. I know people didn't really too much care for it in Path of Exile 1. But I can't say how that's going to be in Path of Exile 2. I'll put it that way. All right, so let's do this and put the frog here. I want to see what people are talking about with the ultimate cast. Let's throw that right here. Here's my froggy. That's an ultimate skill, and the frog does get bigger. Cool. Okay, it shrunk again. Let's do it again. What class? Merc? Nope, Ranger. Destiny has been great for me since I'm not a pit pusher. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a super smooth pit farmer or whatnot. I guess. Let me get through some of this seasonal powers real quick. I gotta go do something. Let's see. Yeah, I think a lot of people has been like wanting to go Merc or whatever. I saw the polls and stuff, and I don't know. Merc doesn't really. I guess Merc is cool, but not my playstyle. Put it that way. I don't think. It's not gonna be an issue. I hope you got some Bitcoin. You just broke 100K. I actually do not have Bitcoin. I didn't get in when it was good to get in, so I never really bothered with it past that point. What class is Monk under? What do you mean? It's gonna be an issue for us. It's gonna be an issue for Blizzard. Depends actually. I say that because honestly, it depends on the department of Blizzard. People might be wanting that. Like those who work at Blizzard might actually be wanting it to be an issue. Management probably not. But the devs might secretly be wanting like to be given more green light to do stuff. Which means ultimately, hopefully better things for us because, you know, more stuff. Conjure aura that decay that deals poison damage. Each aura siphon that deals damage. You're healed 1% of life. Okay. Hey. Look under the insanity, and I don't see anything monk. Well, monk is the class, and then the class has a few ascendancies. The devs are gonna be blasting PoE2. I don't know if they have time to really blast like that. I'd be concerned if they have time to blast another game. They might play, obviously, sure. Blast is a different story. They got time to blast. That ain't good for the consumer. I'm sure they'll play. But I think for the devs more so than anything, you can only do but what your management allows you to do. So like if D4 does come under fire more because Path of Exile 2 is doing well, then that only makes the decisions or makes what I guess the devs may have been wanting to do more anyways in Diablo 4 like look better overall, period, because you got to make changes. So like if GGG devs have more free leeway to do whatever they want and need to do for the game, then hopefully that can it won't trickle on a D4 because it's a different company, different corporation. It's managed differently. But like I would assume, I hope that the D4 devs will get more of a green light to do what they want to do with the game. And right now, there's been no reason for management to let them do that or let them do more than what they're already doing. Because, well, it wasn't hurting their pockets. Whereas now it will. So Path of Exile 2 coming out is actually a good thing for Diablo 4 and not a bad thing. So it's really the opposite. And what I mean about for Diablo 4, I mean for like what that means for people who play the game per se. I'll put it that way. Is Flurry any good versus bosses? It's okay versus bosses. It's not like terrible, but it's not like it's not something I would use as a boss killer. It's probably great for action RPGs in general. Yeah. Exactly. Crap baby. Exactly. You saw them publicly tweet about it? They bought expensive supporter packs. Oh man. Of course they didn't, but yeah. Imagine though. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so I gotta do this, right? What's because we're using my Rain of Rails build? The one on live or the one on PTR? Oof, that hurt. Is Diablo 2 gonna be your main, or is Diablo gonna be your main gear or PoE2? I mean, it's kind of hard to say. I haven't played PoE2 yet, so I don't know. I usually don't make those kind of decisions until I actually play something. Like, I think hype, for me, hype is not enough. I need to play. Like, I'm not gonna be one of those that's gonna profess those things just because there's a lot of hype behind something. I need to get my hands on it, play it myself, and then kind of go from there. I'm gonna make so many mistakes. Oh yeah, so am I. I'm gonna like make, you know, I'm gonna like put on bad skills and bad support gems and all that kind of stuff. And I honestly I can't wait. And vice versa too. Is no secret that PoE2 simplifying its system is a byproduct of D4 and other games being more accessible. Not to mention their sore spot in combat, which Jonathan Rogers absolutely hated as a criticism for PoE1. But the fact that he even talked about it, that he even made mention of it in the interview, that he didn't, you know, he kind of like felt bad because, you know, people were, you know, that was a comment that was pretty common, at least from what he was saying in terms of why people didn't like PoE1, for those who didn't play or didn't continue to play. But he's not wrong though. Like that's absolutely why I didn't. For example, like that was one of the reasons why I didn't play PoE. Was literally because of the combat. Okay. Can you be willing to fix the bugs even if it causes nerfs? So Johnny B's knees. I am in 100% agreement with you on that. I don't like the philosophy of what they're doing with bugs per season. I personally disagree with it. Personally. Dealing damage or applying a crowd control effect with any witchcraft effects increases your attack speed by 14.9. That's actually pretty nice to have. While bonuses from all three witchcraft effects are active, in 25% lucky. So that part I don't care about, but the first part, kind of cool. Just about 29%. Additionally, hex enemies affected with any of your hex effects have a 20% chance to be critically. Actually the wish powers are a little more involving than I thought they would be. Do I use concealment or dark shroud in your Rain of Veils build? You have to give me more information, CanDog. Are we talking about live version of Rain of Veils or what I was doing in PTR? Because I don't have a plan for what I was doing in PTR for a reason, actually. Live version. Well, I will just follow I will follow the Maxroll build guide. I mean, the YouTube video can't be updated, so I will always just follow the Maxroll the build guide that I did. So if you want to take a look at that, click on the second link, not the first one. Let's see. Size of your aura effects increased by 79%. Enemies inside your aura effects take. So let's do this. We'll do this and then I'm just curious to see how big that aura is now. Whoa. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. Okay. Took an arrow to the chest. Oh, speaking of which, now that there's a ballista right there, right? Can we put the barrier skill now? See if it actually reflects it. Oh, wait for me to get the barrel before shooting me here. You guys shoot me. Shoot me. Come on, I'm stuck now. Shoot me. Hey, reflex. It reflects. Yo. We actually have a counter to these things. That works. I'm happy about that. I'm very happy about that. What's the drops like in the PTR? Don't know, because with the PTR vendor, you just kind of get all your gear from them for the most part. So like, I don't think people really like try to farm for gear, like actually killing things to pick up things. With that reflect little projectiles, hey, who knows? All right, but guys, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I hate to do this to y'all, but I am going to have to take off. I was actually supposed to plan on streaming for like another like 5-6 hours or whatever. But unfortunately, I have something that I have to I have to attend to. Did not plan on it at all. So, how do you download PoE2? You can't. You can't yet. But you have to. But if you go to the website itself, you can get a supporter pack. So when it's time to pre-download, which will be tomorrow, some point tomorrow, then you'll be ready to do that. I will say this though, like I might maybe be able to come back on tonight. It just depends on how long it takes me. But don't like 100% count on it. But I'm gonna try to make it back. Cause like I didn't get the chance to like do any gameplay at all, whatever. Like it took me forever to put something up or whatever. But at least I got a chance to test or go through some of the wish powers or whatever. And they're actually they're kind of like, I'm gonna be honest, some of them are actually kind of neat. I think they're a little bit more involving than the AOZ powers or whatever. I think people just don't talk about it because Path of Exile 2 is like, you know, around the corner, and it's like that's the biggest thing. But I think the wish powers are a little cooler than I expected them to be. And like they're more than just buffs. They're more than just, you know, buffing your character and making your character stronger. Like they actually do stuffs. What is the leading rogue PTR build? Right now I'm running Barrels. For sure. But hopefully I'll be back. If not, I'll see y'all tomorrow and we'll stream for like 8 or 9 hours doing all the builds then. Where to go? Rob is still on. I have no idea what he's doing right now. Oh, he's watching. He's not even playing. What is this? Actually, where's Fame? Fame is not streaming right now. She normally does. There she is. We'll go to Fame. All right. Well, anyways, you know, guys. Sorry we didn't get to any like actual gameplay stuff or whatever like that, but I promise you, if I can get back on tonight, I will I will get there. If not, for sure on Thursday we'll get to it hopefully, because there are some other builds I actually do want to like really play. I want to do like close quarters combat barrage, combo point barrage, some twisting blaze things, pin shot. Haven't been able to touch that yet. So there are things I really want to do. So I'm not done. And then of course, like I said, on Friday and beyond for like weeks, it'll be just Path of Exile. So most likely. And yeah, enjoy Fame. And as always, till next time.